Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great privilege to officially open today's conference. The Battle of Oršos, fought 510 years ago, remains a powerful symbol of our nation's courage and unity. Today, we gather not only to commemorate this historic victory, but also reflect on its enduring legacy and the lessons it offers for our present and future. It will be done by distinguished guest speakers, moderators of panels, and by you, dear participants, through asking questions and actively engaging in discussions during the breaks. To start our program, I am honored to introduce Dr. Laurynas Kasčiūnas, Minister of National Defense of Lithuania, for the first welcome speech. Honorable Minister, I invite you to take the floor.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, fellow allies. Today we gather to commemorate 50th anniversary of the Battle of Oršos, a momentous event in our history that stands as a powerful symbol of unity, strategic brilliance, and enduring strength of alliances. As we reflect on this significant occasion, we are reminded not just of a battle that took place on September 8th, but of a broader lessons it offers for the challenges we face in today's geopolitical landscape. The Battle of Oršos was not merely a military victory. It was a triumph of cooperation, leadership, and strategic foresight. It was a defining moment when the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and its allies stood firm against a much larger adversary, demonstrating what the power of unity and wisdom can overcome seemingly bigger power. Led by the great hetman Konstantinas Ostrogiškis, the combined forces of Lithuania and Poland skillfully employed military tactics that outmaneuvered the superior enemy. The spirit of resilience, of fighting of our values and our sovereignty remains as relevant today as it was over 5 centuries ago. In the context of today's geopolitical realities, the lessons of Oršos are more important than ever. We live in the time when the Western civilization is once again being tested. We face a resurgent threat in our region, a reminder of that history often echoes in the present. The aggressions we see today are not isolated incidents. They are part of a continuum that seeks to undermine the stability we have worked so hard to build. It is in these times that we must draw strength from the lessons of our past and remain vigilant, united, and prepared. The Battle of Oršos also reminds us of the critical importance of allies and partnerships. In 1514, it was solidarity between Grand Duchy of Lithuania and the Kingdom of Poland that enabled us to stand strong. Today, it is our alliances within NATO, the European Union, and beyond. But we are the pillars of our defense and security. We are stronger together, and it is our shared commitment to uphold the rules-based international order that fortifies our collective security. The unity of purpose, what was vital then, is even more crucial now, and we confront the complexities of modern threats, be they military, hybrid, or cyber in nature. Leadership in these times is not only about ability to command, but also about the wisdom to navigate the complexities of the international environment. The actions of Hetman Ostrogiškis during the Battle of Oršos provide us with a timeless example of such leadership, rooted in strategic planning, understanding the adversary, and the ability to inspire and unify diverse forces toward a common goal. Today, we need leaders who are not only prepared to defend their nations, but who are also capable of crafting innovative and collaborative strategies that address both current and emerging threats. The legacy of Oršos is also a reminder of the role that military wisdom plays in ensuring national security. It was through carefully planned deception, coordinated maneuvers, and the innovative use of artillery that our ancestors achieved victory. In a contemporary context, this calls for continued investment in our defense capabilities, the modernization of our armed forces, and the integration of cutting-edge technologies. Our security environment is rapidly evolving, and so must our approaches to maintaining it. The lessons of Orsha urge us to think creatively, to remain agile, and to always be a step ahead. As we commemorate this anniversary, let us honor the bravery and wisdom of those who fought at Orsha by recommitting ourselves to the principles that guided them: unity, resilience, and strategic foresight. Let this day serve as a reminder that we must remain steadfast in defending our values, our sovereignty, and our way of life. The courage, leadership, and cooperation demonstrated 10 years ago are values that we must continue to uphold today. As we face an uncertain world, may we always remember the strength that comes from standing together, prepared to defend what is right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Next, it's my pleasure to introduce Aisa Skaitgirytė, Chief Foreign Policy Advisor to the President of Lithuania. Honorable Advisor, the floor is yours.
Minister, Chief of the Army, generals, diplomats, researchers, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor on behalf of the President of the Republic, Mr. Gitanas Nausėda, to greet this conference. Indeed, the Minister outlined the importance of Orsha battle in those times, 500 years ago, and it remains as relevant as today. They say that history moves in spiral, so after 500 years, the history tends, in some other circumstances, repeat itself. For 2.5 years, Europe lives in war. And this war is waged by Russia. What a parallel to those times 500 years ago when the Duchy of Moscow waged war to the west, to Lithuania and Poland. And indeed, in these days, we stand together with Poland in help, in assistance to Ukraine to win the war. And perhaps we should speak today not on that historical aspects of Orsha battle, but what Orsha teaches us today, what we should do today in order to end the war. And how we understand it, it's quite simple: to help Ukrainians, to help in all that we can, to withdraw all the red flags that unfortunately we still have, to provide all necessary assistance, to provide all necessary weapons, to allow to strike, which is being done now, to provide with long-range weapons, to provide with ammunition, to provide with all military stuff that we need. I'm very happy to notice that when the President of Lithuania visited Poland last week, he visited also Lithuanian, Polish, Ukrainian brigade in the city of Lublin. And it was this perfect synergy of the three countries, of the military of the three countries, which were training together. Well, you may know that the brigade is called by the name of Konstantin Ostrogiški. So again, this symbolism of Orsha comes back. And we know that all these three countries, Ukraine, Lithuania, and Poland, will stand together to win the war. The peace must be achieved on Ukrainian terms, on the terms that President Zelensky put forward already 2 years ago, 10 steps towards achieving peace. And we have to do everything that these 10 steps are being implemented. I may recall that some time ago, we were in the European Union, we were still reluctant to punish Russia. Now it's clear, Russia faces 14 rounds of sanctions. Russia faces a lot of isolation in international arena. Russia is being ostracized by the democratic world, but the war is still going on. So let me wish that our help to Ukraine, both Lithuanian and Polish, remains as much as needed, for as long as needed, for the victory to take place. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you, Madam Skaisgirytė, for your thoughtful reflections and insightful comments. Now I'd like to thank our sponsors and partners. So this conference would not have happened in this format without our sponsors and these partners. So we are very grateful for the support of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, Vilnius Town Hall, General Jonas Žemaitis Lithuanian Military Academy, and to the foundation, the Crown of Prince Ostrovsky. Big thanks to these sponsors. Dear guests, we all know about the heroic struggle of Ukrainians for their freedom against Russian occupants. Therefore, I invite you to honor memory of the fallen heroes with a moment of silence. Thank you. We will now begin our first session titled 510 Years Since Oršos Victory, Politics, Battle, and Historical Memory. This session will be conducted as a panel discussion. I am honored to introduce our esteemed panelists for this discussion. First is Professor Dr. Hieronymus Grala from the University of Warsaw, founder and editor of the series Monumenta Historica res gestas Europae Orientalis Trantia, co-founder and editor-in-chief of the online encyclopedia Polish St. Petersburg, member of the editorial boards of several international scientific periodicals in Poland and Hungary. Associate Professor Dr. Genutė Kirkienė from Vilniaus University, who dedicated her studies and research to the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, to the main political and military figures of these times. Historian Professor Dr. Mintautas Čirinskas from the Institute of Lithuanian Literature and Folklore. Professor recently issued 2 books on the Oršos battle, Sources of the Oršos Victory, and the second one, European Propaganda and Lithuanian Culture of the Oršos Victory. Sadly, Professor Valdas Rakutis, military historian and member of Lithuanian Parliament, is unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, could not join us today. Therefore, his speech has been recorded and will be played in video format. The panel will be chaired by Professor Kęstutis Kilinskas, lecturer at the Modern History Department of the Vilniaus University Faculty of History. He is specializing in military aspects of historical events and teaches classes on war society and historical analysis of contemporary military conflicts.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I have to say thank you very much for the invitation in the name of all the panelists. We are very glad to be here, not only in the commemorating the Battle of Orsha, but also with the possibility to share our knowledge with you. The first session of the conference is very much historical one. We will try to get you into the space and time of that area. We will go to the some kind of the journey to the 16th century. And we will look to the Battle of Orsha basically from the three perspectives. The first one would be the political one. We will go on the some kind of the circumstances, what happened during the Middle Ages, even at the beginning of the Russian so-called imperialism. Then we're going to go to the biography of Konstantinas Ostrogiškis, and then we will go to the memory, as the military people say, not the memory, but probably psychological operations. So I would say that is a definition of nowadays. And as the moderator, I am obligated to welcome and introduce our guest from Warsaw, our guest from Poland. It's Professor Hieronymus Grale, who represents the University of Warsaw. The research interest of the professor for more than 40 years covers topics of the history of medieval Russia, history of Byzantium, history of St. Petersburg, and Polish in Russia. Professor is the founder, editor, and member of board of scientific periodicals in Poland and Hungary. He also served in the diplomatic service in Russia. He was the first counselor of the Polish embassy in the Russian Federation. He was the director of the Polish Institute in St. Petersburg and later in Moscow. Before the war, or the Russian aggression against Ukraine started, Professor kept the title of the honorary professor of the Moscow Academy of Economics and Law, and he was also the honorary doctor at the Southern Federal University. But after the brutal war began, Professor renounced both titles in protesting against the Russian attack on Ukraine. So, Professor, yes, please, we welcome you. Time is yours, and we are ready to hear you.
Szanowny Panie Ministrze, dostojni goście, drodzy koledzy, Szanowni Państwo. To wielki dla mnie zaszczyt być zaproszonym do udziału w tak znakomitym wydarzeniu, zaś przywilej zabrania pierwszego głosu w otwierającym nasze obrady panelu poczytuję sobie za szczególne wyróżnienie. Mam mówić o bitwie pod Orszą w regionalnym kontekście i jej europejskim rezonansie. Zacznijmy od kontekstu. Wbrew potocznie przyjętej opinii o złotym wieku Jagiellonów, początek XVI wieku zastał monarchię polsko-litewską na jej wschodnich rubieżach w zupełnym odwrocie. Trwająca od kilkudziesięciu lat rywalizacja z Moskwą przynosiła jej niemal wyłącznie porażki, owocujące ogromnymi stratami terytorialnymi. Na przestrzeni półwiecza władztwo litewskie na ogromnych przestrzeniach Europy Wschodniej zostało niemal całkowicie zakwestionowane, zaś wielki kniaź Iwan III śmiało sięgał po kolejne wschodnie prowincje monarchii jagiellońskiej, powołując się na testament Ruryka i głosząc program zbierania ziem ruskich. Ambicje nowego pretendenta do panowania nad całą Rusią przez długi, stanowczo zbyt długi czas uchodziły uwadze Jagiellonów zapatrzonych w iluzoryczną wizję wielkiego rodzinnego mocarstwa, mogącego konkurować z samymi Habsburgami. Wprawdzie przedstawiciele dynastii sięgnęli po trony Czech i Węgier, ale pozostające pod rządami Kazimierzowiczów państwa nigdy nie prowadziły przecież jednolitej polityki zagranicznej i nie kierowały się wspólnym interesem. Nic z tym dziwnego, skoro ścisłego współdziałania brakowało wówczas nawet między połączonymi Unią dynastyczną koroną i Wielkim Księstwem Litewskim. Snuto zatem rojenia o Pax Jagiellonica, marzono o krucjacie mającej wyprzeć Turków z Europy, trwoniono siły w jałowych próbach opanowania Mołdawii i Wołoszczyzny, nie mogąc sobie równocześnie poradzić z zakonem niemieckim i najazdami tatarskimi, a tymczasem pułki moskiewskie konsekwentnie i niepowstrzymanie parły na zachód. Postrzegana przez lekturę dokumentów dyplomatycznych rzekoma jedność synów kazimierzowych wobec wroga, następującego na ich wspólną ojcowiznę Wielkie Księstwo Litewskie, wydaje się zjawiskiem dosyć wątpliwym. Nie ulega wątpliwości, iż w kontekście polityki moskiewskiej nie sposób przecież mówić o solidarności dynastycznej Jagiellonów i poczuciu współodpowiedzialności za kraj będący kolebką ich europejskiej kariery, a tym bardziej o jakichkolwiek wymiernych skutkach ich współdziałania, co kontrastuje z polityką ich habsburskich konkurentów. Środki dyplomatyczne, w tym małżeństwo Aleksandra Jagiellończyka z Heleną, córką Iwana III, okazały się mało skuteczne w konfrontacji z twardą moskiewską realpolitik. A co gorsza, dostarczyły tylko nowego pretekstu do agresji. Oto władca moskiewski począł
ėmė
ujmować się
skelbtis
za
tariamai
uciśnioną jako
engiamų
swych religijnych
dar savo
przekonaniach
religinių įsitikinimų
Turkom,
Riurikovičių
a przy
atžalą,
okazji także
taip
za
pat
wszystkimi
ir dėl visų
pozostałymi
kitų
wyznawcami
graikų
wiary
tikėjimo
greckiej
išpažinėjų.
hurtem. Otrzeźwienie przyszło
Praregėjimas
stosunkowo
įvyko
późno
palyginti
i
vėlai
było
ir buvo labai
wielce
žiaurus.
brutalne. 14 lipca
1500 m. Liepos 14 dieną Lietuvos kariuomenė pralaimėjo didelį mūšį prie Vidrošos upės, o visa Lietuvos vadovybė, įskaitant etmoną kunigaikštį Konstantiną Ostrogiškį, buvo paimta Maskvos nelaisvėn. Į nugalėtojų rankas atiteko Černigovo Severco žemės, dalis Smolensko srities ir dideli plotai prie Drisos ir Dvinos upių, 19 miestų. Netrukus nauja siena, nustatyta 1503 m. paliaubų išdavoje, naujojo karo atveju užtikrino Maskvai puikų pagrindą veikti iki Smolensko ir Kijevo kryptimis ir net gana lengvą prieigą prie sostinės Vilniaus. Kaip ir tikėtasi, 6 metų paliaubų nesilaikė nei viena, nei kita pusė. Tačiau kitam konfliktui geriau pasiruošusi vėl buvo Maskva. 1507 m. pavasarį Maskvėnų invazija prasidėjo Lietuvos pasienyje. Pasiekė Smolenską ir Bereziną, o kitais metais Maskvos daliniai nebaudžiami nusiaubė patį Lietuvos valstybės branduolį. Pasiekė Naugarduką ir Ašmeną, 45 km nuo sostinės Vilniaus. Tokio didelio pavojaus akivaizdoje Lenkijos karūna, anksčiau atsiribojusi nuo karo rytuose, atminkime, kad anksčiau Lietuva nedalyvavo daugumoje Lenkijos karų, įskaitant 13 metų trukusį karą su kryžiuočių ordinu. Nusprendė remti didžiąją kunigaikštystę. Greitai buvo surinktos pajėgos, dvaro daliniai ir gausybė Lenkų savanorių nuskubėjo prie Dniepro, gresiančiam bendros valstybės egzistavimui gelbėti. Pirmoji sąjungininkų akistata su Maskvėnų kariuomenė pasirodė daug žadanti. Dalyvaujant pačiam karaliui Žygimantui I, sąjungininkų kariuomenė sumušė didžiulės Maskvėnų pajėgas ties Orša. Tai yra pirmasis Oršos mūšis 1508 m. Liepos 18. Savo ruožtu neseniai iš nelaisvės Maskvoje pabėgęs buvęs Etmonas Ostrogiškis pagaliau sugebėjo atkeršyti už pralaimėjimą prie Vedrošos. Svarbesnė už tiesioginę taktinę sėkmę ir stulbinančių priešo jėgų atmetimą iš Dniepro linijos tapo dviejų skirtingų kariuomenių bendradarbiavimo patirtis. Tradicinės, dar viduramžių principais veikiančios Lietuvos kariuomenės ir daug labiau technologiškai pažengusios, artilerijos ir pėstininkų paremtos, taip pat daug geriau aprūpintos ir samdinių profesionalų paslaugoms besinaudojančios Lenkų renesanso kariuomenės. Po 7 metų, beveik toje pačioje vietoje, ši pamoka davė nuostabių vaisių. Nors 1507–1508 metų karas Lietuvai neatnešė papildomų teritorinių nuostolių, tai nereiškia, kad buvo pažabotas pavojingo kaimyno apetitas. Prasidėjo kitas Rusijos žemių rinkimo laikotarpis. 1512 metų gruodį, sulaužydamas neseniai baigtą amžinąją taiką, Smolensko link pajudėjo didysis kunigaikštis Vasilis III. Pirmoji šios svarbios ir gausiai aprūpintos pasienio tvirtovės 1513 metų sausio vasario mėnesiais, kaip ir antroji apgultis 1503 metų vasarą rudenį, baigėsi nesėkmingai, nors Maskvos kariuomenė šį kartą buvo puikiai aprūpinta, ypač jos artilerijos parkas, kurį pagamino Vasilijui III draugiško Habsburgų dvaro paskolinti samdiniai, varpininkai ir pučkoriai. Galiausiai, po beveik 110 metų, 1514 metų Liepą, po beveik 110 Jogailos valdymo metų tvirtovė, sėkmingai atlaikusi 6 apgultis ir buvusi Lietuvos fronto forpostų prie Dniepro sienos, pateko į priešo rankas. Taip Maskva gavo puikią bazę operacijoms ne tik prieš pasienio provincijas, bet ir prieš pačią Lietuvos valstybingumo širdį. Smolensko žlugimas išblaivino tiek atkirčiai labai palengva besirengiančius lietuvius, tiek ir Lenkus. Tam neabejotinai įtakos turėjo Europoje pasklidusi žinia dėl galingos tvirtovės žlugimo, kuris suaktyvino daugybę jogailaičių priešų. Imperatorius Maksimilianas I jau buvo pradėjęs derybas su Maskvos valdovu dėl puolimo ir pasipriešinimo pakto. Tai buvo 1514 m. vasario-kovo mėnesį Georgo Šnicenpaumerio misija, kuri turėjo taip pat plačios prieš jogailaičius nukreiptos lygos, kurioje dalyvavo Ordinas, Brandenburgas, Danija ir Moldova pagrindu. Ir kurių veiksmai turėtų kelti grėsmę Lenkijos ir Lietuvos monarchijos teritoriniam vientisumui. Nors tų pačių metų pavasarį Aleksandras Chodkevičius, kuris Lietuvos vardu buvo Piotrkovo Seimo narys, savo dramatiškame kreipimesi dėl pagalbos į karūnos luomus vadino Smolenską kaip visos krikščionybės vartus. Čia yra citata, visos krikščionybės vartai. Tokios akivaizdžios grėsmės akivaizdoje į Dnieprą nuskubėjo Lenkijos kariuomenės žiedas. Tiek reguliari kariuomenė, tiek ir samdiniai. Lietuviams į pagalbą žengė ir Lenkų didikų savanoriai. Jogailaičių bendruomenės idėja, kaip ir prieš 100-metį Žalgirio laukuose, turėjo patvirtinti bendrai pralietas kraujas. Po kelių mažyčių susirėmimų, kurių metu sėkmė lydėjo jogailaičių pulkus, abi armijos pagaliau susitiko 1514 m. Rugsėjo 7 prie lietuvių vadams nuo 1508 m. gerai žinomoje vietovėje Orša.
Obie armie,
Abi kariuomenės,
Jagiellońska i Moskiewska,
Jogailaičių ir Maskvos, ruošėsi generaliniam mūšiui, pasitikėdamos dangaus apvaizdą, kadangi tai buvo švenčiausiosios mergelės Marijos gimimo išvakarės.
święto szczególnie
Šventė ypač svarbi tiek abiejų
poddanych obu
apeigų Jogailaičių pavaldiniams,
dla
tiek Maskvėnams. Pastariesiems tai buvo pergalės Kulikovo lauke metinės.
przed zapadnięciem zmroku było po wszystkim.
Viskas baigėsi prieš sutemas.
Armia moskiewska,
Maskvos kariuomenė buvo visiškai sumušta,
spora część
didelė dalis jos karių krito mūšio lauke arba buvo paimti į lietuvinę laisvę,
zaś ci,
o tie, kurie sugebėjo pabėgti,
z życiem gnali teraz
kuo greičiau slėpėsi Smolensko tvirtovėje.
murów smoleńskiej twierdzy. Na wieść o klęsce
Į nugalėtojų rankas pateko beveik visi Maskvos kariuomenės vadovybė.
kilkudniowa zwłoka znużonych i wykrwawionych zwycięzców pozwoliła wszelako dowodzącemu moskiewskim garnizonem kniaziowi Wasylowi Szujskiemu opanować panikę. Podczas gdy pułki ostrowskie
Sužinojęs apie pralaimėjimą Vasilijus III skubiai bėgo link sostinės Maskvos.
przygotowane do obrony.
Na ir tuomet jau rado Smolenską puikiai pasirengusi gynybai.
Odwrót okupiony zresztą niemałymi stratami. Wygrana bitwa nie zaowocowała zatem
Laimėtas mūšis nelėmė galutinės viso karo pergalės,
chociaż w jej
nors jo pasiekoje pasienis buvo išvalytas nuo priešo kariuomenės.
pogranicze i odzyskano
Atgautos kelios svarbios pilis,
powstrzymała
ilgiems dešimtmečiams sustabdytas Maskvos spaudimas rytinėms Jogailos monarchijos sienoms.
państwa Jagiellonów. Co więcej,
Be to,
katastrofa
Oršos katastrofa dėl geriausių karinių kontingentų, kurių atkūrimas pareikalavo daug metų pastangų praradimas,
wieloletnich wysiłków na tyle
taip sukrėtė Rusijos karo mašiną, kad nuo tada Maskvos kariuomenės veiksmuose vyravo tendencija vengti aršių mūšių.
walnej bitwy w polu. Teraz pomówmy o ofensywie.
O dabar pakalbėkime apie diplomatinę ofensyvą. Pergalė pakeitė tarptautinį jėgų balansą.
Uzyskawszy
Gavusi tokį puikų kozirį, Jogailos diplomatija nedelsdama ėmėsi veikti.
akcji z jednej strony
Viena vertus, veiksmingai diskredituodama Vienos dvaro ir jo sąjungininkų bei satelitų tikėjimą alijansų su nugalėtais barbarais pranašumą,
z pogromionym wschodnim barbarzyńcą. Z drugiej
kita vertus,
eksponując
atskleisdama Lenkijos karaliaus nuopelnus,
ratując
tariamai gelbėjant lotynų pasaulį
Ciński przed inwazją
prieš švenčiausiosios Romos bažnyčios priešų invaziją.
wobec tak
Atsižvelgdama į tokius akivaizdžius dangaus palankumo požymius, Lenkijos ir Lietuvos monarchija siekė krikščionybės bastiono vaidmens Antarmuralė Kristianitatis, o jos valdovas pasirodė esas aršus dievo imtynininkas, stabdantis įnirtingą įsibrovėlį, piktžodžiautoją ir nenumaldomą tikrojo tikėjimo priešą, klastingą moskovijietį.
przeciągnięcie na stronę Zygmunta I
Patraukti didelį europietiškos nuomonės dalį Žygimanto I pusę, arba plačiau visų Jogailaičių pusėn, buvo labai patrauklus tikslas. Laikas parodė, kad nors Oršos pergalė neatnešė apčiuopiamos strateginės naudos, o pagrindinis varžovų objektas Smolenskas nebuvo atkurtas, Europos politikos, o ypač nuomonės kontekste, pergalė neabejotinai buvo mūsų pusėje. Rugsėjo 18 dieną popiežiui Leonui X iš stovyklos prie Borisovo išsiųstame laiške karalius nugalėtojas laikė tinkamų nurodyti šventajam sostui apvaizdos veiksmą, įrodančias aplinkybes. Štai schizmatikai buvo sumušti švenčiausiosios mergelės Marijos gimimo dieną Rugsėjo 8. Taigi, neabejotinai pačiai Marijos palaiminus. Atsakymas pranoko drąsiausius lūkesčius. Popiežius, kuris anksčiau rėmė Maksimiliano I prieš Jogailų nukreiptą politiką, paskelbė atlaidus ir pripažino Jogailaičių monarchiją krikščionybės bastionu. Žygimantas I asmeniškai inicijavo legendos apie precedentų neturintį savo Oršos triumfą sukūrimą, išsiuntinėjęs laiškus su plačiais aprašymais ne tik popiežiui, bet ir jo vyresniajam broliui, Vengrijos karaliui Vladislavui, Venecijos dožui Lorenzo Lorendano, Transilvanijos vaivadai Jonui Zapoliai ir keletui kitų šventojo sosto valdovų ir kunigų. Žinoma, nebuvo praleisti ir tie, kurie sudarė sąjungą su Maskvos didžiojo kunigaikščiu, Vokiečių ordinas ir Livonijos magistras. Savo pranešimuose Jogaila pabrėžė siaubingą nugalėtos armijos skaičių, bet visų pirma pabrėžė Maskvos karo belaisvių temą. Tarp karių buvo ir vyriausiasis vadas Ivanas Andrejevičius Čelednin, daugybė vadų, aukštų pareigūnų bei daug prastesnės kategorijos belaisvių. Tokia didelio triumfo prieš Vasilijaus III kariuomenę egzemplifikacija buvo patys kaliniai, išsiųsti į Europos dvarus ir Romą kartu su minėtas žinutės nešančiais legatais. Belaisviai buvo pristatyti ir vokiečių ordinų pasiuntiniams, apsistojusiems Vilniuje. Šių gyvų triumfo įrodymų egzotiškai apsirengusių ir barzdotų maskviečių demonstravimas Europos dvarams prisidėjo prie plataus masto reiškinio barbariškojo maskovito įvaizdžio atsiradimo Europos kultūroje. Simptomiška, kad atitinkamus laiškus Žygimantas I taip pat išsiuntė Lietuvos ir Maskvos konflikte dalyvaujantiems chanams. Krymo Mechmetui Girėjui ir Kazanės Mechmetui Aminui, su pasitenkinimu informuodamas, kad su Dievo pagalba nugalėjo priešo kariuomenę. Oršos pergalės aidai pasiekė ir Bosforo sąsiaurį, didingus vartus. Visapusiškai instruktavęs savo arkivyskupą. Aš tik tai signalizuoju apie tai, kad svarbus vaidmuo propagandinėje veikloje tenka literatūrai, kadangi mūsų sesijoje dalyvauja pastarojo meto geriausias ne tik Lietuvoje šios srities ekspertas profesorius Čirinskas. O propagandinė reikšmė visoje toje akcijoje puikiai suvokia pats karalius, kuris instruktavo savo ambasadorių Romoje, Janą Laskį, ir būtent tai lėmė renesansinį triumfą amžinajame mieste. Karalius taip pat triumfavo Vilniuje, sostinėje Vilniuje, taip įspūdingai, kad popiežiaus legatas Pisonas pažymėjo, kad tokios pompastiškos procesijos dar nebuvo matęs. Papildomai paminėkime ir tai, kad nors ši veikla pirmiausia buvo nukreipta į Europos rinką, ji turėjo didelės įtakos ir Lenkijos visuomeniai, kuri iki šiol buvo gerokai nutolusi nuo Maskvos problemos. Jogailos diplomatijos propagandos mastas ir apimtis po 1514 metų Oršos pergalės pagal panaudotas priemonės ir pasiektus tikslus įgalina prilyginti jie kitiems dviems mūsų triumfams. Žalgiriui 1410 ir Vienai 1683, kurie taip pat nugalėjo žiniasklaidos kabutėse prasme. Ir baigiamdamas norėjau dar papasakoti apie Oršos pergalį ir Europos didžiąją šachmatų lentą. Cituoju Zbignevą Bžezinskį apie didžiąją šachmatų lentą. Jogailos dvaro propagandos ofensyvos veiksmingumas buvo aiškiai patvirtintas per 1514 metų rudenį vykusias kanclerio Kšištofo Šidloveckio derybas su imperatoriaus įgaliotiniu Johanu Kuspinianį. Ką patvirtina šventojo sosto pozicijos pakeitimas į palankę Jogailaičiams, anksčiau buvo palaikomi imperatoriškiai reikalavimai ir vokiečių ordinas, dėl ko buvo sustabdyta Krokuvos ir Vilniaus ginčijama į Maskvą vykusio popiežiaus legato Jokūbo Pilsono tarpininkavimo misija. Šie įvykiai įrodė kylančią Jogailaičių prestižo reikšmę. Savo ruožtų santykius tarp Jogailaičių ir Habsburgų pacifikuojantis ir vedybų paktu pasibaigęs 1515 m. Vienos kongresas, kurio eigai esminės reikšmės turėjo paskelbta Oršos pergalė ir jos mastų didinanti propaganda, galiausiai palaidojo idėją apie Žygimanto I priešų lygą, kuriai vieningai vadovavo Viena ir Maskva. Imperatorius Maksimilianas I pagaliau pripažino, kad karališkoji Prūsija priklauso Lenkijos valstybei, o dėl dvigubos dinastinės santokos tarp jo anūkų ir Jogailaičių, tiesa, atveriančios Habsburgams kelią į Bohemijos ir Vengrijos sostus, galutinai žlunga Vienos ir Maskvos sąjungos planai. Rusijos istoriografijoje skelbiama nuomonė, kad dėl apsukrios imperatoriaus Maksimilijano I nuosekliai vengusio karinio savo imperijos įsitraukimo į sąjungos su Vasilijumi III politikos prieš Jogailaičių nukreipimo alijanso žlugimą, lėmė prieš Oršos mūšį Vienoje vykusios derybos su Maskvos delegacija. Tai neatlaiko sugretinimo su detaliai įvykių rekonstrukcija. Šios tezės šalininkų dėmesys taip pat nebuvo skirtas aplinkybėms, rodančioms tikrą 1513-14 metų Habsburgų stovyklos susidomėjimą sąjungą su Maskva. Notabene iš pradžių laikytina plačiosios prieš Jogailaičius nukreiptos lygos vadovaujamos Maksimilijano, ką aiškiai iliustruoja 1513 metų kovo mėnesį markgrafo Kazimiero von Hohenzollerno memorialas praplėtimu.
Ustępliwość cesarskiego wysłannika Schinzenbaumera podczas rokowań moskiewskich. Warto wreszcie w tym kontekście
Šiame kontekste taip pat verta priminti konkretų veiksmų planą prieš Lenkijos ir Lietuvos monarchiją, kurį imperatorius Vokiečių ordino pasiuntiniams pateikė 1514 m. rugpjūčio 17 dieną, likus vos 3 savaitėms iki Oršos mūšio. Savo ruožtu atrodo būtina suvokti Habsburgų ir Jogailaičių konkurencijos pobūdį kaip visumą. Šiame globaliame žaidime Maskvėnų gija buvo svarbi. Tačiau, ypač Maksimilijonui I, tai vienas iš daugelio veiksnių, gerokai nusileidžiantis Bohemijos ir Vengrijos dinastijų problematikai. Nepaisant to, pranešimo apie didžiulę Žygimanto I pergalę poveikis buvo aiškiai matomas per minėtas Budzino ir Vienos derybas. O jo santykiai menkos karinės pasiekmės neturėjo įtakos galutiniam rezultatui po Presburgo Vienos derybų, ką iliustruoja ženkliai išaugęs Lenkų karaliaus Žygimanto I autoritetas. Anksčiau minėtas Jogailaičių dinastinės politikos klausimas santykių su Maskva kontekste ir taip pat grėsmė po Vienos ir Maskvos tarp Habsburgų kitoje perspektyvoje turėtų lemti Vengrijos ir Čekijos sostų pralaimėjimus. Reikėtų pagalvoti apie Vienos traktato padarinius, jeigu kalbame apie 1512-15 metų įvykių kontekstą, o nesuvokti jos iš vėlesnės perspektyvos po Vengrijos pralaimėjimo Mohače. Be to, atrodo absoliučiai pagrįsta žvelgti į 1512-15 metų Jogailaičių politiką ne tik per kovų su Maskva ir jos galimos sąjungos su imperatoriumi Maksimilijano prizmę, bet ir iš didžiausios Europos politikos perspektyvos santykius. Net paviršutiniškai įvykių apžvalga rodo, kad susidūrime su labai dinamiška situacija viso žemyno mastu. Nurodėme, kad iš imperatoriaus dvaro perspektyvos sąjunga su Maskva atsirado dėl dinastinės konkurencijos dėl Bohemijos ir Vengrijos sostų, o konflikto detonatoriumi tapo ginčas dėl vadovavimo kryžiuočių ordinui ir Prūsijos miestams, iš kurių Viena ir Karaliaučius buvo palaikomi šventojo sosto ir remiami Anglijos, Aragono ir Danijos diplomatijos. Maksimilijonui I Maskvoje ratifikavus Šnicenpaumerio sudarytą sutartį, priešingai nei tikėjosi Vasilijus III, nelėmė neatidėliotino imperatoriaus įsitraukimo į prieš Žygimantą I nukreiptas karinės operacijas, bet pradėjo energingą Habsburgo veiklą tarp Šiaurės Vokietijos kunigaikščių, kurios esmės netrukus paaiškino didžiojo magistro Albrechto Hohenzollerno, karaliaus sūnėno, pasiuntiniams, linkusiems nuraminti santykius su Lenkija. Planuojama prieš Jogailaičius nukreiptą koaliciją be Maksimilijono I ir Vasilijaus III sudarė didysis ordino magistras Prūsijoje, Livonijos žemės magistras, Danijos karalius, Brandenburgo margrafai ir Saksų kunigaikščiai, taip pat Moldovos gospodaras, kurie 1515 m. balandį turėjo pradėti karą prieš Lenkijos ir Lietuvos valstybę. Apie šios planus gerai informuotas Žygimantas I pranešė savo atstovui Romoje. Ir jie jau nurodė padalijimą, kas kam turi atitekti iš mūsų šalių. Beje, koalicijos projektas buvo labai perdėtas, kaliudė ir skeptiškas abiejų, Brandenburgo ir Saksonijos elektorių požiūris. Pirmasis jų, Jogailaičių dinastijos kaimynas ir kolega, racionaliai pastebėjo, kad toks karas būtų ypač pavojingas jo šaliai. O ir pats nenorėjo, kad užuot krikščionio karaliaus kaimynas būtų neištikimas Maskvėnas. Galiausiai, dėl atgrasaus rinkėjų požiūrio ir santūraus Danijos karaliaus Livonijos krašto vadovo požiūrio, Habsburgų planai žlugo 1514 m. rudenį, dėl ko buvo pradėtos intensyvios derybos su Jogailaičiais, tuo pačiu galutinai atsisakant vienos Maskvos ašies idėjos. Būtų sunku neįvertinti Oršos pergalės svarbą šiam imperinės diplomatijos paradigmos pokyčiui. Šiame kelių gijų žaidime Jogailos diplomatija turėjo savo privalumų, bei įspūdingo galios demonstravimo Oršai ir grėsmės sugriauti Vienos vedybų planus Vengrijos sosto įpėdinio Liudviko Jogailaičio atžvilgiu. Verta paminėti alijansų sutartį su Hanu Mengli Girėjumi, nukreipusią Kryno ordos impulsą Maskvos link. 1513 m. rugsėjį ir paliaubas su didingais vartais, kurių dėka vėlesnės Maskvėnų delegacijos į Stambulą, siūlančios sultonui sąjungą prieš Lietuvą, baigėsi nesėkmingai. Taip pat verta atkreipti dėmesį į diplomatinio žaidimo tarpusavio priklausomybę tarp Jogailaičių ir Habsburgų ir dešimtmečius trukusios Habsburgų ir Valua kovas, kurios pagrindinis statymas buvo Italija. Nepaisant 1514 m. kovą Orleane tarp Liudviko XII ir Maksimilijono I sudarytų paliaubų, imperatorius tik po kelių savaičių, balandžio 5, susitarė su naujuoju popiežiumi Leonu X, inicijavo Prancūzijos padalijimo projektą Mecheleno lygą. Todėl prie savo valdymo pabaigos artėjantis imperatorius Maksimilianas beveik vienu metu rengė 2 padalijimo projektus dviejose priešingose imperijos pusėse. Akivaizdų imperatoriaus hiperaktyvumą ir pernelyg didelį apetitą netrukus patvirtino dinamiškai besikeičianti politinė tikrovė. Žygimanto diplomatijos meistriškai panaudota Oršos pergalė lėmė radikalų šventojo sosto pozicijos pasikeitimą. Budos ir Vienos vedybų pakto klausimas pasirodė svarbesnis už iliuzinį alijansą su Maskva. O jauno ir energingo karaliaus Pranciškaus I įžengimas į Prancūzijos sostą
króla Franciszka I, styczeń
1515 m. sausį greitai sukėlė problemų Italijos kryptimi. Pažymėtinas palyginti trumpas laiko tarpas
interwał czasowy, jaki
tarp Vienos kongreso,
to jest 15-20
tai yra 1515 Liepos 15-26 dienos ir įspūdingos Pranciškaus I pergalės prie Marignano miesto.
13-14
1515 rugsėjo 13-14, po kurios Valua ne tik tai perėmė Milano kontrolę, bet ir per trumpą laiką sugebėjo primesti ir sudaryti savo patogias sutartis su visais savo priešininkais – imperija, popiežiumi ir Ispanija. 1516. Potencialus galingo Valua alijansas su Jogailaičiais, Prancūzijos diplomatijos,
wobec aktywności
ieškančios sąjungininkų net tolimajame Stambule akivaizdoje,
także w Krakowie, Wilnie, a nawet w odległym Stambule stanowił dla
Vienos dvarui kėlė realų pavojų,
realne niebezpieczeństwo, które
kurį teko bet kokią kainą eliminuoti.
z powyższej perspektywy
Žvelgiant iš aukščiau pateiktos perspektyvos, Vienos kongreso sprendimai, kurie tikriausiai nebūtų priimti be pergalės Oršoje,
pewne by nigdy nie doszło, traktować
turėtų būti traktuojami kaip naujos jėgų pusiausvyros regione pagrindas,
w regionie zwiastującego
skelbiantis Jogailaičių ir Habsburgų bendradarbiavimo laikotarpį.
skutki tej
Šio diametralaus pokyčio padarinius turėjo skaudžiai pajausti tiek po ankstesnio alijanso daug sau žadėjusi Maskva,
po wcześniejszym sojuszu i
tiek pastaruoju metu savo pačiam paliktas Albrechtas Hohenzollernas,
któremu zresztą
kuris netrukus
przyjdzie stracić.
nusprendęs priimti Liuterio mokymą, galutinai prarado arkikatalikiškojo imperatoriaus ir popiežiaus paramą. Bandydamas apsigriebti per sąjungos su Vasilijumi III sudarimą ir nusivylęs, kad nepavyko sukurti prieš Jogailaičius nukreiptos sąjungos su Habsburgais,
Wejdzie w bliższą współpracę z Wasylem.
pradės bendradarbiauti su Vasilijumi III. Simptomiška, kad šie pasikeitusioje konfigūracijoje
Moskiewska,
Maskvos diplomatija nukreipė dėmesį į Prancūziją,
do czego będzie
ką ir paskatino Albrechtas,
zachęcony. Pośrednio
netiesiogiai palaikydamas nesėkmingas Pranciškaus I pastangas
pierwszego
gauti
francuskiego
imperijos karūną.
koronę cesarską. Zgoła odmiennie
Bene priešingai, tada pasielgė Žygimantas I,
i Magnus Dux Lituanie Zygmunt
Rex Polionij ir Magnus Dux Lituanija, palaikydamas pergalingą Karolio V Habsburgo kandidatūrą,
opiekun małoletni
būdamas nepilnamečių Liudviko II Gailaičio globėjų, jis galėjo balsuoti rinkimuose Čekijos ar Bohemijos karaliaus vardu.
Królestwa Czech. Widmo sojuszu
Todėl Maskvos ir Vienos alijanso šmėkla nustoja persekiojusi Lietuvos ir karūnos politinį elitą,
Litwy i korony. Zaś
o aršią
zaciekły
Habsburgų ir Jogailaičių dinastinę konkurenciją pakeitė politinis bendradarbiavimas sustiprintas santokiniais santykiais, dėl kurių susitarta 1515 m.
na kongresie
Vienos kongrese.
na skutek Orszy. Kończąc,
Baigdamas, norėjau padėkoti už galimybę kreiptis su šio pranešimu lenkų kalba.
myślę, że jest
Manau, kad tai simboliška, jog mūsų bendrosios pergalės metinių proga greta nuskambės
mowy obu zwycięzców.
mūsų kalbos, mūsų abiejų laimėtojų kalbos. Ačiū.
Dear professor, thank you very much for a presentation. It probably was more the whole lecture than a presentation, and for a possibility to hear the language of the former allies as well. And now it's time to welcome and introduce.
Yeah, just a quick sentence. I am very sorry to our English-speaking guests that because of technical difficulties, you were not able to hear the translation. So sorry.
Okay, now it's time for the second speaker, and it's an honor to me to introduce the Associate Professor Dr. Genutė Kirkienė. She represents University of Vilnius Faculty of History, And mainly she focuses on the genealogy of the nobility of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, problems of the church union, and she also actively works in the field of military history. She does research on biographies of military leaders and history of battles of the 16th and 17th century. She also actively participates in the strengthening of cultural and academic relations between Lithuania and Belarus, and especially relations with Ukraine. She provides lectures, she works in the scientific projects, participates in commemorations, conferences, cultural and religious debates, special TV programs, historical films. For her merits in the long-standing activities in promoting the common historical memory of Lithuania and Ukraine and strengthening the cultural ties, the President of Republic of Lithuania awarded her with the Lithuanian Grand Knight Cross of the Order of Gediminas. So we welcome you and we are ready to hear you.
Dear guests, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to participate in this event launched by the Ministry of National Defense. Today, as never before, Ukraine's name is heard all around the world. The country has become the epicenter of fierce battles for freedom and the values of Western civilization. Moscow's imperial ambitions have not disappeared, but have been reborn in the terrible war in Ukraine. History is repeating itself. Just as the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and the Kingdom of Poland once did, Ukraine today is fighting a powerful aggressor bent on destroying its sovereignty and freedom. In this context, on the 510th anniversary of the Battle of Oršos, it is important to recall historical heroes, such as Konstantin Ostrogiškį, not only a talented leader, but also a prominent politician whose origins and religious affiliation underline his uniqueness and influence. Ostrogiškį came from the Volhynia lands of Ukraine, from the Dukes of Ostrog, and genealogically, on his father's side, he was descended from the Rurikids, the dynastic princes of the old Kievan Rus, and on his mother's side, he is descended from the Gediminids. Ostrogiškį's mother was the Duchess of Bielsk, the daughter of Ivan Bielski, who was the son of Vladimir Olgerdovich, who ruled Kievan Rus. Thus, the famous military leader had some Lithuanian blood as well. His mother and Ostrogiškį was cousins, but the ties with the Bielskis could only have been detrimental to Ostrogiškį. His cousin Theodor Bielski took part in a conspiracy against the ruler Kazimir, which failed, and he fled to Moscow. Another cousin, Simon Bielski, also swore allegiance to the ruler of Moscow, Ivan III. However, this did not prevent Konstantin Ostrogiškį from reaching the heights of his career. Next slide, please. Such circumstances perhaps only prove that Ostrogiškį was an extraordinary man. Above all, he was a strategic thinker with a strong charisma and a talent for war, proven by his victories. And it was his military prowess that won him the favor of the ruler. In the context of the Grand Duchy's wars, late 15th century, early 16th century, against Moscow, it should be noted that the growth of Moscow's influence became particularly pronounced after 1453, when the Ottoman Empire conquered the Byzantine Empire. Duke Ivan of Moscow married Sofia Paleologina, the niece of the Byzantine emperor, and thus took over some of the cultural and political Byzantine traditions. The appropriated double-headed eagle of the Byzantine coat of arms became the coat of arms of Russia. The Duchy of Moscow began to see itself as the heir to the Byzantine political and religious tradition. This idea became the basis of Moscow's ideology, the concept of the so-called Third Rome. According to this idea, Moscow became the new garden of the world's Christian civilization, with the right to patronize all Orthodox lands and spread its influence throughout the region. In addition, the territorial and political integrity of Lithuania was also threatened by the Crimean Tatars. It was in this context that the political career of Ostrogiški began, and it flourished during the reigns of Kazimir Jagellon and his sons Alexander and Sigismund the Old. Even before the victory at Orsha, Ostrogiški fought off 17 Tatar attacks in Voluinė and Podolia. During his lifetime, 4 wars were fought with the Duchy of Moscow. In the first war between Lithuania and Moscow, Ostrogiški gained the confidence of Alexander Jagellon. The growing influence of Ostrogiški is evidenced by his participation in the marriage of the ruler Alexander to Yelena, the daughter of Grand Duke Ivan III of Moscow. For his victories, Ostrogiški was appointed the first Grand Hetman of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania for life and entered the highest circles of the Grand Duchy political elite. Along with his political influence, Ostrogiški's economic position grew. He was given administrative posts in Podolia and Voluinė, as well as lands in Bratslav, Vinnytsia, Zvenigorod. For his merits, the ruler granted him lands near Kiev, Voluinė, and the Magdeburg rights for the city of Dubno. This allowed the city to govern itself, encourage trade and crafts, and provided additional income for Ostrogiški. In addition, he owned large latifundia in Lesser Poland, as well as smaller plots of land in Podlachia and ethnic Lithuania. According to the military census of 1528, Ostrogiški was one of the 5 richest noblemen in the Grand Duchy. He owned around 100 towns and 1,300 villages. This economic power was based not only on his military victories, but also on the efficient management of his estates and his ability to make the most of the resources of his property. This gave him not only wealth, but also political power and stability. Although his wealth and political power were impressive, his personality is highlighted not only by his victories, but also by his defeats. During the Second War between Lithuania and Moscow, on 14 July 1500, in the Battle of Vedrosha near Smolensk, he was captured by the Muscovites and spent 7 years in their captivity. During this period, the rulers of Moscow, Ivan III and later his son Vasily III, tried to lure him to their side, but Ostrogiški did not succumb. On the contrary, he escaped from activity, having exploited the confidence of the Muscovites and having thought out a tactical solution. This act became a symbol to show where his true homeland lay, and that the paths of Moscow and Kievan Rus had long since diverged. Lithuania and Vilnius played a decisive role here, helping to separate the histories of the two Russias and lay the foundations for the future independent historical route of Belarus and Ukraine. Ostrogiški's escape from captivity symbolized not only his loyalty to the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, but also the growing threat from Moscow. He also successfully suppressed the internal rebellion of Mikhail Glinsky, part of the 1507-1508 war with Moscow. The Grand Duke of Lithuania and King of Poland, Sigismund the Old, was acutely aware of Moscow's ambitions and that the policy of collecting Ruthenian lands was directly aimed at weakening the Grand Duchy and annexing territories. One of Moscow's main objectives was the capture of Smolensk, a strategically important city on the border between Grand Duchy of Lithuania and the Duchy of Moscow. Ostrogiški gained his European fame during his battles with the Muscovites. In 1512, the great leader of the Grand Duchy once again fought against Moscow. The loss of Smolensk was not only a territorial loss, but also a symbolic one, indicating the growth of Moscow's power. However, in 1514, next slide, please. In 1514, an important victory was achieved in Orsha, whose laurels are attributed to the commander of the combined army, the Grand Hetman of Lithuania, Konstanty Ostrogiški. He is often referred as the Scipio of Rus or Scipio of Lithuania, in reference to one of the most famous of the ancient Roman warriors, Scipio Africanus, the victor of Hannibal and Carthage. Although Ostrogiški went on to win dozens more victories, it was the Battle of Orsha that cemented his place in history as a brilliant general and also elevated the entire Ostrogiškis family. I will not go into the details of the Battle of Orša, that is the domain of military specialists. I will only highlight the most important parts which show Ostrogiški's decisions as a brilliant military leader. First of all, the Battle of Orša was significant for the history of the art of war. It was the first time that different types of allied troops participated: cavalry, light and heavy, infantry, armed with firearms, as well as artillery. Ostrogiški coordinated the actions of the units of the combined army perfectly. A smooth and efficient coordination of actions was essential for a unified and effective course of battle. Konstantin Ostrogiški was an experienced military leader, well aware of the capabilities and weaknesses of both his army and that of the Moscow forces. His knowledge and experience enabled him to plan and execute battle strategies effectively. Ostrogiški developed a detailed plan that covered a wide range of possible scenarios and provided countermeasures to respond to the enemy. This ability to anticipate and adapt was a key factor contributing to the victory. Ostrogiški chose the right battlefield and efficiently organized the crossing of the Dnieper. Some troops found a ford and crossed the river, while others made use of a makeshift pontoon bridge made of logs and boats. Meanwhile, the commander of the Muscovite army, the boyar Ivan Chelyadnin, with a much larger force, decided to wait until the entire army of the Grand Duchy had crossed the Dnieper, thinking that this would make it easier to defeat the Lithuanians and Poles in one mighty strike. However, this decision proved to be a mistake. This tactic of Chelyadnin's allowed the Lithuanian military leader Ostrogiški to regroup his forces and prepare for a more effective defense. In the decisive battle, which began on the morning of the 8th of September and lasted from 2 p.m. to sunset, the combined armies of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and Poland proved their superiority through cunning and tactics. Ostrogiški cleverly used a deceptive retreat maneuver to mislead the enemy and trap him. The Muscovite army was trapped in an enclosed area between spruce tree grove and a cliff, where artillery guns were hidden. This maneuver allowed the combined forces of the Grand Duchy and Poland to effectively attack and crush the Moscow's army. Many of its soldiers were killed in the bloody battle, and key commanders and a large number of troops were captured. The Battle of Orša was a significant triumph of the Commonwealth over the Grand Duchy of Moscow and had a lasting impact on the geopolitics of Europe. Ostrogiški's victory in Orša was particularly important. For a while, it stopped the Muscovite advance into the interior of the Grand Duchy and to the west, showing that Lithuania and Poland are the bastion of Western civilization and Catholicism in the east. The Battle of Orša became the symbolic culmination of ideological and geopolitical clashes. It was not only an expression of the struggle for territory and political power, but also a confrontation of a larger conflict between different civilizational models, the Catholic Western world and the Orthodox Eastern world, represented by Moscow. This glorious victory gave the King of Poland and the Grand Duke of Lithuania, Sigismund the Old, new opportunities to act in the political and diplomatic sphere of Central and Eastern Europe. This victory allowed the Jagiellonian dynasty to increase its political weight, form alliances, and negotiate policies according to its own interests, thus ensuring the long-term dominance and stability of the territories under their control. Despite his Orthodox religious affiliation, Ostrogiški managed to become one of the most famous military leaders of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and to establish himself at the top of the Council of Lords, the highest political institution of the country. He not only retained the title of Grand Hetman of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania until the end of his life, but also became the voivode of Trakai in 1522. The Catholic elite in Lithuania may be said to have been shocked by the fact because it was already a century since Article 11 of the Act of Horodl had been enforced, which forbade the Orthodox from occupying the state's most important offices, in particular that of the voivode and castellan of Vilnius and Trakai, as well as the ruler of Samogitia. But in spite of this, Sigismund the Old appointed an Orthodox as voivode of Trakai for his lifetime of merit. Moreover, according to the same privilege, the Ostrogiškis had the right to sit closer to the ruler than the first dignitary of the state, the Vilnius voivode, and to stamp his letters with the dignified red wax seal. This was like a slap in the face to Albertas Goštautas, who held the post of Vilnius voivode. As a result, the latter organized complaints and created an unfavorable opinion of Ostrogiški, which was particularly reflected in the report he wrote to Queen Bona in 1525. Quote, and Sigismund the Old had to make excuses to the Lithuanian nobles that he was doing it only for Ostrogiški, only for his special merits, only exceptionally, and that he would not do it again. End of the quote. Ostrogiški's victory had not only military but also cultural significance. As an influential supporter of the Orthodox faith, he strengthened his position not only on the battlefield but also in the religious sphere of Lithuania. His authority was so great that even in Vilnius, where it had long been forbidden to build new Orthodox churches, before the Battle of Orša on the Krapivna field, Ostrogiški received an exclusive privilege from the ruler. In the event of victory, he was allowed to erect two new churches, one of the Holy Trinity and one of St. Nicholas. This privilege, on the side of Civitas Ruthenica, allowed the erection of a Gothic-style church of St. Nicholas in Vilnius in place of an old wooden church. The other, Ostrogiški's church, the Church of the Holy Trinity, the present shrine of the same name, and another of his major initiatives was the rebuilding of the Orthodox Cathedral of the Blessed Virgin Mary, which took place between 1511 and 1522. Thus, at the beginning of the 16th century, when there were still no Catholic churches around the Vilnius town hall square, neither St. Kazimier's, nor St. Teresa, nor All Saints churches, the city's face was these Gothic Orthodox churches founded by Ostrogiški. The fusion of Western Gothic and Byzantine artistic traditions became a distinctive feature of the artistic production of Grand Duchy, reflecting the efforts of the rulers of the Grand Duchy and some of their nobility to draw the large Orthodox population away from the cultural and political influence of Moscow. However, this was not the only reason why Gothic elements appeared in Orthodox architecture. The attractiveness of Gothic shapes and the artistic fashions of the Grand Duke's court and its surroundings were also influential. And the issue of church union was also important. The triumph of the victory was celebrated in Vilnius, which became the center of attention not only in Vilnius but also throughout Europe. Today, Konstantin Ostrogiški is part of the historical memory in various locations, highlighting his military and cultural heritage. In Kiev, a replica of a luxury sarcophagus has been faithfully recreated in the Pechersk Lavra Uspens Cathedral, the burial place of Ostrogiški himself. In the historic city of Lublin, the 30th Ukrainian Mechanized Brigade is named after him. In the historic city of Lublin, the Litpol Ukur Brigade, an international military unit symbolizing cooperation between the countries, celebrates his name, while in Vilnius, the facade of the Holy Trinity Cathedral is adorned with a bas-relief depicting Ostrogiški as the founder of the cathedral and victor of the Battle of Orša. These works were created by talented Ukrainian artists Oля Sidoruk and Boris Krylov. Their works reflect not only respect for the historical figure, but also the close connection between today and the past. Behind these projects is the contemporary and renowned patron Robertas Gabulas, who, in the tradition of Ostrogiški's patronage, supports these works of art and thus contributes to making sense of history and to making it come alive in the contemporary world. And Robertas Gabulas supports Ukrainian military and Ukrainian kids left without parents. And finally, it is worth stressing that the current Ukrainian resistance to Moscow's aggression is reminiscent of the Ostrogishki struggle. In both cases, two forces are clashing, one fighting for freedom and the right to exist, the other seeking to impose its will and dominate. Like Ostrogishki, who inspired his troops with courage and determination, today's Ukrainians are fighting for freedom. Ostrogishki's victory at Orsha showed that even a more numerous, stronger enemy can be defeated. Following the example of such heroes, today's Ukrainians are defending not only their country, but also the future of Europe as a whole, the values of freedom, justice, and dignity that are the cornerstones of Western civilization. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you very much for the presentation. And we will move further, and our next speaker is Professor Valdas Rakutis, who is the prominent military historian in Lithuania, scout organizer, politician, and public figure. His research interest is the military history of Kingdom of Poland and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania in the second part of the 18th century and early modern times. He has worked at the Vytautas Great Military Museum and General Jonas Žemaitis Military Academy of Lithuania, where he founded the Center for Military History. In addition to his scientific activities, Professor Rakutis is an active member of the Scout movement and one of the founders of the Lithuanian Military History Society. He is a member of the Parliament of Republic of Lithuania, and he is the recipient of the Knight Cross of the Order of Merit for Lithuania. And we will hear the online presentation of Valdas Rakutis. So I would like to ask organizers, please launch it.
Hello, dear participants of the conference. I would like to talk about a very important issue when it comes to the Battle of Orsha, namely castles, significance of castles, their role in these important battles. My presentation was encouraged by these bad feelings, which I see when I see this beautiful celebration, this happy celebration of the victory at Orsha, and it seems that we're deceiving ourselves sometimes. We talk about this great victory, but we forget the fact that wars against Moscow were mostly unsuccessful. We lost most of these battles. We did not restore our previous borders. We maintained the status quo at best after each war. And why did it happen? Well, the answer lies in our history of the second part of the 15th century, when Lithuania did not have its separate ruler, or during the reign of Alexander, when we had our own ruler, but the country faced major challenges, and it was not ready to tackle them. So about the fortresses. The war that we are witnessing in Ukraine today, despite some happy things, is very difficult. It's very difficult for Ukrainians to fight off the Muscovites. So when it comes to 15th and 16th century, this issue is important today as well. But why does it happen that a Western country with modern institutions, well, at that time, that selected the Western path of development, part of the Catholic Western region, fails to resist a relatively small Grand Duchy of Muscovy, which at the end of 15th century, in the beginning of the 16th century, is gradually becoming the grand power, Muscovy, which will later become Russia, which has been our major enemy during the last few hundred years. So let's begin from the introduction. These battles that we call the battles of the beginning of the 16th century were not something new. In the 15th century, there were some cases when our countries would clash, but a direct war began in 1487. Before that, we saw
It's on channel 2. Translation is on channel 2. Thank you.
The Grand Duchy of Muscovy, ruled by Ivan and then Vasily III, destroyed buffer zones or spheres of influence created by Lithuania in the previous era, mostly in the second part of 14th century, in the beginning of 15th century. And what is crucial when it comes to castles, is that the network of castles was not being maintained in the beginning of the 16th centuries. Some changes are noticed in the middle of the 16th century, but in the beginning of the 16th century, we have this traditional network of castles formed in the previous era. What kind of castle network are we talking about? Castles were mostly built in traditional locations, capitals of different duchies, confluences of rivers, favorable locations for castles. And in order to understand the geography, of course, we would need a thorough analysis for that, but it's mostly the basins of Dnieper and Daugava rivers, and only a small part of these castles were located next to the Volga River, also around the Oka River. Of course, these are far-flung territories. It would be interesting to analyze these maps. We'll try to show them, but they're close to today's Moscow. The location where in 1449 the state border was drawn between Lithuania and the Grand Duchy of Moscow, the so-called eternal peace. So what kind of castles are we talking about? They are very different. Some of the castles are brick castles, but only a small part of them. Most of them were constructed of wood, logs. Sometimes these were fortified cities, sometimes residences of dukes, sometimes, well, warehouses, fortified warehouses, and castles located next to crossings of river, forts. So these castles were not properly maintained. Usually, if there was danger, they were upgraded to some extent. Once the danger passes, they were abandoned to some extent, just like in previous era, when castles went through a period of ups and downs. The main issue was, well, for the state of Lithuania, was that this network of castles was not administered centrally, because only local dukes were supposed to take care of the castles, but most of these dukes lost their power during the reign of Vytautas, or the state had to take care of them, but the state was represented by the Grand Duke of Lithuania. And during the reign of Casimir, Poland and Lithuania had a single ruler, and his interests were directed towards Czechia and Hungary. Lithuanian theater of war was neglected, so to say. And because of these reasons, once new struggles renewed during the First War of 1487-1494, also during later wars, this network of castles was abandoned. Local rulers on the borderlands, of course, borderlands regions did not pay taxes, but they had to take care of the castles. Well, so it all depended on local rulers, the state of the castle. Most of the castles were wooden, some were made of bricks, but not state-of-the-art. Let's imagine the castle of Kurioye, built in the middle of the 14th century. Its looks did not change in 2 centuries. Maybe they built an additional rampart, but they were mostly abandoned and neglected. And only during the reign of Sigismund the Old, the modernization of castles began. He built foundries of cannons, but before that, the situation would not change for decades. Of course, the Grand Duchy of Moscow was not the harbinger of progress. Their castles looked similarly, their systems looked similarly. They would repair some old castles, neglect the others, but the ruler was closer to the national border, and they also had to fight off not only the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, but also Tatars, for example, Kazan Tatars, first of all. He participated in different campaigns. Tatars would occupy Nizhny Novgorod, even Moscow. There were cases of Tatars burning Moscow down. So on both sides of the border, the situation was similar. But the situation shifted towards Moscow's favor when in the 15th century it conquered several competing dukes, Tver and Novgorod. And the situation starts to change. Lithuania fails to react. It does not defend its old spheres of influence. It does not support its old allies. And even though the war did not take place in the territory of Lithuania, but it made Moscow much more powerful and Lithuania much weaker, because it could not longer use the castles of Tver and Novgorod. So the border starts to erode, and during the First War, the Grand Duchy of Muscovy attacks its neighboring lands, which are quite close to Moscow, Duchy of Vyazma, and territories east of Smolensk, which Lithuania does not defend, and the dukes who had the right to choose allegiance start listening to Moscow's voice because it's safer this way. And Moscow would take over the castles owned by these local rulers. And in this struggle, which was quite difficult, because Kazimir, Grand Duke of Lithuania, wanted to avoid major wars, he had to join them nonetheless, but he realized that the system is not modern, and Lithuanian military would enter the theater of war, but could not conduct major counter-offensive operations like a few decades ago. And their ability to take over Moscow's castles, far-flung castles, was minimum. They had neither time nor means. Therefore, they had to react to Moscow's action. So, in principle, Moscow had the initiative from that moment. Upper Oka Principality was the first target, but after the Battle of Vedrosha, when the state of Lithuania lost its authority, not only some borderlands, the situation started to change drastically in our unfavor, and not the border castles were now on the battlefield, not the local dukes' residences, the old castles, but the actual castles located next to Daugava and Dnieper rivers, their surrounding rivers, which had to withstand sieges. So these are the most important castles, Polotsk and Vitebsk next to Daugava. These are fortified cities, so to say, surrounded by wooden walls, but containing several fortified towns, which were difficult to conquer. They were not conquered, to be precise, but also those castles that were located next to Dnieper River, namely Dubrovna, Orsha, Mogilev, these castles that had to withstand major sieges, and they did to a large extent. Locals were willing to defend themselves, and even without major support from central government, they could withstand sieges. But the main castle that caused the security of this area was the fortress of Smolensk. It's hard to talk about its looks because in the second part of the 16th century it was rebuilt, and now it's hard to say how it looked like before. There are some pictures, but it was the strongest fortress. And in 1514, Smolensk was conquered, and that was a game changer, not only in terms of border regions, but in terms of major Lithuanian territory, because other castles could not be compared to Smolensk. Like Medininkai, Krieva, Minsk, these castles were not as powerful as that of Smolensk, and the situation became much more complicated. Therefore, the Battle of Orsha of 1514 was an attempt to retake Smolensk, the main defense castle between Daugava and Dnieper rivers. It must be said that in 1514 we were unable to retake Smolensk, and Smolensk became the enemy's base for further Muscovite campaigns against Lithuania. And the situation becomes quite difficult. It must be said that in 1519, it was the year when the Muscovites succeed in reaching the surroundings of Vilnius and attacking the Vilnius in the rear of Lithuania, including Krieva, Polotsk, Vitebsk, Minsk castles. And this offensive showed that the defense of the nucleus of our country, well, this system is neglected. It's no longer able to withstand major campaigns. It cannot conduct counteroffensives. And after the loss of Smolensk, the eastern defensive line of Lithuania became inefficient, just like the fortress of Vilnius, which was built to withstand the nomad Tatars rather than the Muscovite army armed with artillery cannons. And this ability to wage a warfare of fortresses was much more important than Lithuanians' military ability to win field battles. Why? Not because the country was poor, not because we lacked military forces, but because we lacked resources and a system to ensure proper functioning of these border castles. We lacked a system as such. During the reign of Sigismund the Old, the son of Casimir, in his correspondence where he's trying to update the systems, he's sending delegations to inspect the castles, the situation was very dire, and I would like to share one quote. It's mentioned that for the last time the castle was inspected during the reign of Alexander Vytautas, nearly 100 years ago, which proves that we did not have a proper system, or the subsystems of that system had to be centralized, administered by officers who would make sure that the castles are not neglected, that the artillery towers had the necessary cannons, gunpowder. So the situation was very sad. Maybe the castles in today's Ukraine looked a bit better because they had to defend themselves from Tatars. The situation was a bit better, but with on the border with Moscow, the situation was dire. The population density was low, so hoping that locals could defend the castles, well, there was no hope like that. And Lithuania did not have a regular army. It could rely on conscripts only, which Lithuania could call maximum 22,000 people to arms. So Lithuania became dependent on Poland because the armed forces sent by Poland, which had to be maintained from the budget of Lithuania, was the one that could participate in sieges, or if there was a need, to retake the conquered castles, storm the castles with the necessary war machines and equipment. And the Volok reform, which took place in the 16th century in Lithuania, was established in Poland 100 years later. Therefore, Poland had more resources necessary for the fortress warfare, because when peasants were distributed among local lords. Lords became more important, so there were no longer enough free people to form infantry. So the infantrymen became the most sought-after men, and in later years, during the reign of Sigismund the Old and Sigismund Augustus, several hundred guns were created every year. The castles were being modernized, repaired, even though most of them were wooden, but the condition was much better than before. But in the beginning of the 16th centuries, up until 1519, the situation was very, very sad. Therefore, the inefficiency of the system caused the victories of the Muscovites and their ability to establish their temporary victories. And deeper raids by Muscovites forced us to sign unfavorable territorial losses, which weakened the military power of Lithuania and strengthened Moscow. Because transferring one castle to another side wasn't the situation, because castles meant control of the territory. If you lose a castle, you lose the territory, because there's no other way to mobilize the local manpower. We had to reduce the number of castles, but modernize the major castles, adapt them to requirements of the day, building artillery towers, strengthening moats, maintaining permanent garrisons, and supplying the castles before the beginning of the war. Only this system would have maintained the front line. And where the system worked, next to Dnieper, next to Orsha Castle, Dubrovka Castle, Smolensk, other castles, the Daugava-Dnieper line was maintained, and the borders were established for a longer period, especially knowing that the Muscovites had their weaknesses, their problems. They were attacked by Crimean Tatars, Kazan Tatars, and in this way we managed to re-establish the status quo. The country had to be modernized, castles had to be strengthened, but the reign of the Grand Duke of Lithuania had to be strengthened as well, to the extent he resided in Lithuania. I think that this issue is very interesting. This analysis of all the wars rather than the Battle of Oršos itself needs an in-depth historical analysis, and I'm glad that I have worked with my friends of mine who analyzed this issue. For example, Gediminas Lesmaitis, may he rest in peace. We've discussed these issues with him. I also reviewed the BA thesis of Laimutė Kažukauskaitė, which tried to answer these questions. I think that the work of these people are very important, but we need professional researchers who would participate in international conferences together with historians of Belarus. Our interests are the same in this case, and they could answer the question, what really did happen? And finally, I would like to say that a few years ago, National Defense Academy of Latvia studied this war as an example of a hybrid war. So I think that the events of 15th and 16th century were reflected in later events. And our today's issues were caused by the failure of stopping the Moscow's expansion west in the areas were much easier to protect than today. Thank you, and I wish you a great conference.
And it's time for the final panelist of our session, Associated Professor Dr. Mintautas Čiurinskas, who is a little bit different than the historian. He comes from the field of the philology, and he works as the researcher of the biographical aspect of medieval, Renaissance, and Baroque literature, latent sources of Lithuanian and European literature. Mintautas Čiurinskas is also editor-in-chief of scientific journal Senoji Lietuvos literatūra, or Old Lithuanian Literature. and he is also the head of the long-term research program, which is called Fundamental Research on Ancient Lithuanian and Prussian Literature.
Okay, I'll ask to change slides from organizers, from a part of organizers. Honorable host, distinguished guests, officials, officers, dear colleagues, recently, please, next slide. Recently, part of the historical sources describing Oršos victory over Muscovy have been published in a separate volume. You can see it in the slide on the left side. This summer, I also published a study in Lithuanian based not only on the sources collected in this volume, but also on an even broader base of sources. The sources collected in this book are, so to speak, mostly literary. Part of them is poetry. However, this should not deceive. They are also historical sources. Even some poetic texts reveal the prehistory, the course, and the aftermath of the battle, sometimes coming close to documentary testimony. I was interested in what was written after the battle, so the sources can be called propaganda, but not only in the usual contemporary sense, but also in the neutral sense. The Latin word propagare means, in this case, to spread a message. In this presentation, I will look at these battle sources with more emphasis on their propaganda and informational value. We have not much time. I'll try to make my presentation shorter, so I apologize for any inconveniences related with this. A large part of the published texts on the Oršos victory in 1514 and early 1515 are poetic works. As a philologist, I'm mostly interested in them, but I will speak very little about them now. I will only summarize them briefly and give one example of the text. Next slide, please. The very first text published was by the famous diplomat and poet Jan Dantišek. From a camp at Borisov, he managed to send his victory-glorifying poem to Krakow, probably together with the first letters about the victory. And it was published very quickly, indeed, already on September 23rd. The work is entitled A Small Silva. Silva, this is a rather loose poetic genre on the victory of the famous Polish king over Muscovites, with accompanying verses by Valentinus Echius, a hymn calling on Krakow to stop lamenting and to triumph in the wake of a great victory. Later on, we can see a kind of poetic competition. In all, we can count at least 9 poets who wrote about Oršos victory. At least 4 of them, presumably, were writing in Lithuania and also here in Vilnius in the time. These include the aforementioned Dantišek, Andrzej Krzycki, Queen Barbara's secretary, and Jacobus Piso, the papal envoy, who spent 4 months in Vilnius. Next slide. in early 1515, a complete collection of victory poetry, Carmina, which you see on the slide, songs of the memorable defeat of the schismatic Muscovites, was published in Rome. Here, in addition to above-mentioned authors, poems by 4 other poets were published. Next slide, please. You can see their names on the title page of the publication. The collection include verses of Andronicus Tranquillus at the end, who gracefully praises the very promoter of the printed edition, the primate of Poland, Archbishop John Laski, and the triumph he organized in Rome at that time. The most talented poet, next slide, please. The most talented poet of the Orša victory is Andrzej Krzycki. This is my opinion, but maybe not only mine, who lived in Vilnius as a secretary of Queen Barbara from 1530. In 1515, in the beginning of the year, when he returned to Krakow with the royal family, he published a collection of his poems written in Vilnius. In this collection, it is worth highlighting Krzycki's longest poem entitled Cantilena, or a song, a kind of song. The full title of the work is A Cantilena on the victory won against the Muscovites on the feast of the Nativity of the Blessed Virgin Mary in 1514, a concise description of it written by Andrew Krzycki, secretary to the famous Queen Barbara. Next slide, please. In a long chant of as many as 368 short lines, which you can see on the right in the slide, Krzycki creates the image of a king overcoming all enemies, even the mighty Muscovy. There is a lot of specific information here, which makes it a historical source on the battle. I chose a quotation about the end of the battle, a poetic account of the defeat of the enemy, and a description of a victorious army. Next slide, please. The prose translation you see on the right of the slide doesn't capture the lively and energetic sound of the original, but it's better than nothing. I'll read in Latin one strophe. Hostes Paulio, maybe from next slide. Sed nec ducem Constantinum, Janusijum Sampolinum, et clarum Georgium, nec Polonam Juventutem, artem vires et virtutem conductorum militum, etc., etc. And on the right, you can see a translation in which I marked the names of the leaders of army mentioned by Krzycki and the nations who took part in the battle. And next slide, please. At the end of Krzycki's book, we can see an illustration. Previous slide, please. Previous slide, please. Yes. A woodcut which is the very first image of the battle. On the international level, two prose texts about the battle were probably the most important. The first is a letter which Professor Grale have mentioned here, a letter from Sigismund, King of Poland and Grand Duke of Lithuania, to Pope Leo X in Rome, written on 18th September from the camp at Borisov. Next slide, please. Here you see a printing of this letter. The second, next slide, please. The second is a letter to a friend in Rome, also in Rome, from a papal envoy, Jacobus Piso, who was in Vilnius at that time. It was written on 26th of September, the third day after the envoy had witnessed with his own eyes the brilliant triumph of a ruler Sigismund, who had already returned to Vilnius, and the captured Muscovites who were being led in that triumph. Next slide. These Roman publications became part of the triumphal celebrations in Rome in 1515, in the beginning of the year. Since these two texts were also reprinted in Basel in the same year, they both circulated and remained in the radar of the historians of the era and contributed much to the overall historical image of the battle. In this presentation, I would like to highlight two news items printed in German. They are very interesting in terms of information, but not so well known. These news releases, please, next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. These releases of the news contain the most important sensational news of what we might call European significance. For example, information about the events of the wars with Turks. In this case, the victory of King Sigismund over the ruler of Moscow in the Grand Duchy of Lithuania was at the top of the European news ranking. This is a very clear indication of the uniqueness of Oršos victory and its cultural, informational, and propaganda impact. Two such publications of 1514 have survived. The larger of the two was published in Leipzig. It gives a detailed account of the circumstances and the course of the battle, and at the end of it we can find a letter from Sigismund the Old to the Bishop of Poznan informing him of the victory. So there is adding of publication of documental text, some kind of documental text. The shorter, the second edition, the shorter one, which you see on the slides, with only 2 pages of text, was published in Nuremberg. These publications were intended for German readers, so the effect of the knowledge they conveyed was limited to areas where German was the dominant language. But this was very important, for we know, and it was said by Professor Hieronymus Grale also, that the Teutonic Order was at that time hostile to Poland and to King of Poland, and that the Holy Roman Emperor Maximilian I was an ally of Moscow. These publications reflected, relatively speaking, the Krakow position, and therefore portrayed Sigismund, Poland and Lithuania very favorably. So they were part of the propaganda of victory. And they contain unique information. For example, this short two-page Nuremberg publication describing the outcome of the battle contains many figures, some of which are not to be found in other contemporaneous sources. It states that the Polish king had about 8,000 mercenaries in his army, Poles, Czechs, and Germans. I only remind that they were hired with Lithuanian tax money, and contains other important details. At the beginning of the battle, it is mentioned that the army of Lithuania and Ruthenia, aus Litten und Reußen, consisted of 20,000 soldiers. The army of conscripts is probably meant here. It is stressed that, incredibly, this moderate army defeated an army of 100,000 Muscovites in a single battle. Of course, this figure, 100,000, is inflated, but it also appears in other sources. Of these 100,000, not even 20,000 returned home after the battle, is said in this German source. 30,000 died on the battle, others drowned or were individually killed while fleeing in the forests, and about 2,000 were taken prisoners. The 300 noble prisoners mentioned mentioned in the source are apparently those who were brought back in chains in triumph when the ruler Sigismund returned to Vilnius. It is reported that 10 of the most distinguished nobles of Moscow were imprisoned here in Vilnius. The prisoners in question were sent to Rome and Hungary to testify themselves to a victory that no one believes. More facts are mentioned, such as the fact that the ruler ordered 50 cannon to be cast in Krakow and 30 cannon in Vilnius. Even more detail are given in the longer Leipzig print, but I leave them aside. Only one example, for example, the pre-battle duel in which Laurentius Miškovskis defeated a Muscovite of extraordinary size. Also, we read about the captured enemy flags and other unique details during and after the battle in this broader Leipzig edition. And I will conclude with just one other generalization. The sources I have mentioned show how important cultural things are in wartime: poems, literary works, what we call today publicity and public relations. The importance of cultural innovation and technology is also evident. In the context of Oršos victory, the role of the printing press comes to the fore. There were no printing houses in Vilnius, so texts about the victory were printed in the most convenient printing centers, Krakow, Rome, Basel, and in the case of German printings in Leipzig and Nuremberg. The battle was won with a fast, effective use of artillery on a battlefield in this part of Europe, and poetry and other printed sources which conveyed the message of victory along with the usual letters and diplomatic activity helped to win the information war and to achieve a change in international politics. These written sources also tell us that the triumph was not limited to Vilnius, as many cities rejoiced at the news of the victory. Krakow, Poznan, the Hungarian capital Buda, and elsewhere, as well as Rome. And I invite you to read these published old texts, for they are a window into the Battle of Orsha and into our history. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Čivinskas. I'm sorry, but we are out of time and we have to conclude and to finish our panel. So, dear panelists, thank you very much for giving quite good variety and combination of different topics. Dear listeners, thank you very much for participating and listening us. And I think that we could continue our discussion or the questions with a cup of coffee. Thank you.
So this concludes our first session. Big thanks to all the panelists. I hope you found the presentations as enlightening and thought-provoking as I did. We will now take a 30-minute coffee break. During the break, you will have an opportunity to view a slideshow showcasing what has been done and continues to be done to ensure that victory of Orsha and are not forgotten and are remembered with honor. We will reconvene at 11:30 for our second session.
Острозького вийшло вже на шлях, сотнями залізними в золотих степах. Меч догори і круговерть, ми на шляху, ворогу смерть. Меч догори і круговерть, ми на шляху, ворогу смерть. Нас не лякають орди ворогів, боєм гартовані внуки козаків. Меч догори і круговерть, ми на шляху, ворогу смерть. Меч догори і круговерть, ми на шляху, ворогу смерть. Віра твоя свята, міцно меч тримай. Клятва у нас проста, своє не віддай. Меч догори і круговерть, ми на шляху, ворогу смерть. Меч догори і круговерть, ми на шляху, ворогу смерть. Ангели наші всі мають посивні, в лави стають вони з нами на рівні. Меч догори і круговерть, ми на шляху, ворогу смерть. Меч догори і круговерть, ми на шляху, ворогу смерть. Без вагань і страху станем в бій гуртом. Милістю Божою вийдем зі щитом. Меч догори і круговерть, ми на шляху, ворогу смерть. Меч догори і круговерть, ми на шляху, ворогу смерть. Грізно гармати б'ють, хлопці ціль землі. Славний бригади будь завжди на броні. Меч догори і круговерть, ми на шляху, ворогу смерть. Меч догори і круговерть, ми на шляху, ворогу смерть.
We will start in a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Our second session is structured as a discussion on the role and leadership of political elites in the context of military conflict. We are fortunate to have a distinguished panel of experts who will share their insights and engage in a dynamic discussion about how political leadership influences military outcomes and the implications of both historical and contemporary contexts. The moderator for this discussion will be Professor Giedrius Česnakas, professor in the Security Policy Research Group at the General Jonas Žemaitis Military Academy. I invite Professor to introduce our panelists.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, it is my great privilege to welcome you to the session, The Role and Leadership of Political Elites in the Context of Military Conflict, of the conference dedicated to 510th anniversary of victory over Grand Duchy of Muscovy in the Battle of Orša. My name is Giedrius, as was introduced, and I am both humbled and honored to moderate this panel, which features some of the most distinguished scholars in the fields of international security, politics, leadership, philosophy, and defense, who will address issues we are still facing from Muscovy more than half a millennia after the battle, experiencing diversions, informational attacks, threats of military invasions, and in case of Ukraine, the war for survival of the state. While preparing to moderate this event, I found a picture of the commemorative coin minted in Ukraine in 2014 to commemorate the Battle of Orša. And on that coin, you can see 4 swords representing basically 4 nations that fought Orša. It's Lithuanians, Poles, Ukrainians, and Belarusians. In this section, we have speakers from Lithuania, from Poland, and Ukraine. Unfortunately, Belarus is currently on the side of enemy. Still, I have hope that in the future commemorations and conferences of the Battle of Orša, we will have Belarusians sitting among us and sharing their ideas as friends and partners. I'm pleased to introduce our esteemed panelists, whose profound experience and unique perspectives will undoubtedly enrich our understanding of the topics at hand. I'm pleased to introduce Professor Gintautas Mažeikis from Vytauto University in Lithuania. Professor Mažeikis is one of the leading political philosophers and critical theorists in the region, with research interests that include political communication, propaganda, and political anthropology. He is the author of numerous books and prominent commentator on Russian domestic politics. His presentation is very provocatively titled Poisonous Generals, the Dark Side of Army and War Leadership, promises to be both insightful and challenging. We are honored to have Professor Sergei Glebov from Ukraine with us. He's a faculty member of the Department of International Relations in Mechnikov'o Odessa National University and the Center of Peace Studies at the Arctic University in Norway. Professor Glebov is a Professor Glebov's research spans the foreign and security policy of Ukraine, international relations in the Black Sea Caspian regions, European Euro-Atlantic security, and foreign policy of Russia. He is currently working on a monograph titled The Black Sea Region and the Global Security, the Case of System Analysis. His presentation today is titled Autocratic Dictatorships as Fuel for War in Ukraine, Unpacking Humiliated Russia. Last but not least, I'm pleased to introduce Dr. Jakub Olszowski from Poland. Dr. Olszowski heads the Eastern Department at the Institute of Central Europe, a prominent public think tank, and works at the Institute of International Relations at Marie Curie Skłodowska University in Lublin. An accomplished author, co-author, and editor of multiple publications on international relations and security. Dr. Olszowski research and teach focuses on Central and Eastern Europe, international security, informational warfare, and cultural identity. His presentation is titled Another History Lesson. We'll explore the increasing subjectivity of Central Europe in the current geopolitical climate, which is not given. Without further ado, I invite Professor Mažeikis to give his speech of about 15 minutes, and after that, after each panelist speaks, we will open up for question and answer session. Please.
So, the main question of my thesis is, what are the inner spiritual tools of an officer to resist false accusation of toxic leadership? Relevance of the problem. The publicity of internet, the growth of social networks, the practices of cancel culture and Me Too, the culture of hyper-individualism, the criticism of invisible ceilings and transparent walls, or the absence of social lifts for careers, and the exaggerated technological and mental expectations all create a situation of massive accusation of toxic leadership. And I believe that in future we will see this problem even bigger, and we can follow this problem on the networks in United States, in French, and different countries. This is mass practice in the Russian army and to a lesser extent in the Ukrainian army, but we're also facing similar cases in Lithuanian army. We cannot change the world of technology and communication, but we can publicly discuss the harmful nature of false accusations in toxic leadership. We need to separate three ethical conditions: honorable leadership, which I know, honorable leadership, toxic leadership, and the situation of false accusations in toxic leadership. False accusations are usually based on the leader's nationality, authoritarianism, the incompetence, insidiousness and collusion, humiliation and bullying of subordinates, suppression of initiative in others, harassment of potential rivals, misogyny, homophobia, racism, dependence from nomenclature. Why, in the absence of a developed inner sense of dignity and honor, is there no moral basis for enduring false accusations? Despite the absence of the internet in earlier historical periods, we can learn much from past cases of false accusations and moral resistance to them. The best-known case of such false accusations is the Alfred Dreyfus process in French at the end of the 19th century, when a Jewish officer was accused of treason simply because of his nationality and because of anti-Semitic sentiments in the army. Officer Dreyfus bore this persecution with honor and did not break down during his long years of imprisonment. Finally, we know little about Dreyfus' leadership qualities. We will find many similar cases in the Ukrainian army where a respected officer can be suspected because of his nationality. For example, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, Alexander Syrsky, was born in Russia, went to military academy in Russia, and his parents and brother live in Russia. The situation with Syrsky we can compare with history of Hetman Orthodox Konstantin Ostrogsky, which we discussed today, who was accused because of his confessional belief. And the only military success on the battlefield saved both of them in front of the false accusations. Courage, intelligence, honor, and dignity are necessary but not sufficient qualities to resist false accusations of lies, treason, and collusion. Stoic philosophy and ethics address this problem: how to endure and overcome false accusations through high moral character. But Stoic ethics is not a panacea. Stoic dignity is not appropriate when dealing with complex personalities, and even less so when dealing with the supposed judgment of history. History likes to proclaim that the winners were heroes and the losers were villains. Although history is usually just a biased narrative of the winners, it is another propaganda illusion about the qualities of leaders. The differences between real popular leadership has been discussed since antiquity, when the silent but honorable military officers were contrasted with the talkative and popular military officers. This distinction goes back to the times when a distinction was made between Stoic leaders and court favorites. Popular courtiers had an exaggerated view on their own worth and abilities and wanted to take up position of state, lead armies, be generals, and when war broke out, they would destroy the army, the country, and the honor. The principle of Stoic leadership, which Seneca, the Emperor Marcus Aurelius, and Cicero also wrote about, is to control one's passions, not to allow them to overwhelm one's reason, but also one's sense of dignity and honor. In this case, Stoic leaders would be critical of courtly flirtations, intrigues, and struggle for popularity, narcissism, arrogance, inadequate self-assessment. But this does not mean that a Stoic leader, as a military officer, is a simple and banal personality. On the contrary, his reserve, coldness, and dignity hide the hundreds of emotions he expresses with restraint and protect his critical mind. Kings and presidents are faced with the problem of how to choose a true leader, the outwardly sensitive and communicative star of the public sphere, or the quiet, sometimes too cold and demanding officer, unwilling to listen to the rumors of politics and public opinion. In addition, the Stoic leader often has a critical mind and therefore cynical expression, and cynicism is very often and wrongly associated with humiliation, disrespect, and arrogance. I would give you 3 brief examples from the novels War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, The Storm of Steel by Ernst Jünger, and My Early Life by Winston Churchill. First example, War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. Isaiah Berlin, a British philosopher born in Riga, Latvia, reflected on Leo Tolstoy's novel, War and Peace, from the perspective of philosophy of history and leadership. Count Tolstoy himself wrote a long chapter at the end of the novel in which he sets out his views on the subject. Berlin thus debates with Tolstoy and outlines the importance of leadership to a much extent than Tolstoy, who believes in the dominance of the common historical will. Berlin distinguishes between two types of political leadership, the cunning fox and the courageous hedgehog. Both, however, are positive leaders, not toxic ones. Stoic leaders are rather truthful hedgehog. The novel explores hedgehogs' honor and duty, moral struggles in warfare, and historical destiny. Tolstoy's epic novels follows the lives of several characters, including officers such as Count Nikolai Bolkonsky, his son Andrei Bolkonsky, Napoleon, General Bagration, and General Kutuzov. But what I found most interesting is the old General Count Nikolai Bolkonsky and his stoic character. His main aim was to promote an ascetic and productive lifestyle, dignity and pride of spirit, and critical recognition of the human mind and faculties. Although he had been a famous general and close friend of Kutuzov during the previous Tsar Reagan, he rejected the splendor of the Tsar's palaces, full of rumors and jealousy, in favor of his provincial court. At first, one might think that the old count was a model of coldness, foolish obstinacy, and contempt for others. However, the war reveals the true value of his character, which may help us to understand the similar features of Kutuzov. At the outset, we first assume that the old count's visible coldness and arrogance is toxic leadership. The hero is not empathetic, but looks authoritarian. But the dramatic events of the war show the righteousness of his way of life. He manages to control the panic and looting in the provinces and to organize the resistance against the invaders. We're also interested in the case of Captain Tushin in Russian artillery redoubt described in Tolstoy novel. Tushin's artillerymen were the strongest and the best fighting force in Russian army against Napoleon army in the Borodino battle. It is therefore understandable what the entire French artillery force was concentrated against this redoubt. When Tushin's redoubt was destroyed, the Russian general Bagration denounced the captain, accusing him in cowardice and incompetence. According to Tolstoy, this was a false accusation of the leader's villain. The Russians lost the Battle of Borodino and Napoleon took Moscow. Generals who are high up and out of touch with the truth of the front usually do not themselves understand what is real and what is pretended leadership. But is it possible to reconcile this organic, trench leadership with magnanimity and stylish dignity? The story of the military officer and philosopher Ernst Jünger may answer this question. About Storm and Steel by Ernst Jünger. In his memoir, the writer and philosopher Jünger describes his experiences as a trench officer during World War I. Jünger's account was trustworthy. He was one of the few who, enduring 4 years of hell in the trenches, was wounded many times and walked on the edge of death. He does not tell the literary truth of Tolstoy, but so-called truth of the trenches, where the days are filled with lead and blood. When we read Jünger, we realize that dignity and honor depend on how one has been brought up in the home and in the family, and which is natural sources of dignity, and how one has been developed by education and science, by reading novels and philosophy, by listening to symphonies and operas, by developing taste and experiencing the sublime. The experience of the sublime is an essential part of an officer's dignity, which cannot be cultivated by natural family tradition alone. The fact that Junger tells the truth of the trenches in a fascinating and artistic way was the reason why Hitler loved this novel. Hitler said it was one of the rare times an artist could tell the truth about the battles in the trenches. Junger also did his duty for Germany during Second World War, serving in Nazi occupation army in France. For many critics, this is enough to condemn a great thinker and see him as a case of toxic leadership, a loser. But Junger, along with other officers, took part in an attempt to assassinate Hitler in 1944. Many of his colleagues were condemned to death. Hitler made a personal decision to have mercy Junger and only to expel him from the Wehrmacht. Thus, despite Junger's efforts to do his duty, his courage to sacrifice his life, his honorable and dignified behavior in the trenches, Junger was condemned several times, both by the Nazis and by Allied troops. Third example, My Early Life by Winston Churchill. Churchill is more like the cynic and dandy Voltaire and a fox, according to classification of Berlin. The philosopher Peter Sloterdijk, in his book Critiques of Cynical Mind, gives Voltaire as an example of the cynical thinking. However, the label cynical mind is very misleading, since ancient philosophers' cynics are usually associated with banality, crude sarcasm, and social detachment. None of these characteristics apply to either Voltaire or Churchill. Hegel proposed a different description of such mind, this is der Vernunft, cunning mind. The cunning of the ordinary is mixed with Aesop language, with subtle irony and hard sarcasm, and even with emancipated English humor. To be able to use subtle irony with the obligatory elements of cynicism can be the mark of good tone. Churchill was a nobleman with a good education and experience as a field officer. As a fox, he speaks two languages, the truth of trenches, and the irony of palace. However, he violated the norms of ethics and courtesy on some occasions and was condemned many times as a vulgar and toxic leader who was manipulative and Machiavellian. But cunning can also be combined with profound intelligence. Hegel speaks of similar cases where we are dealing with an active historic mind. Churchill was certainly an active historical mind and had both qualities, irony and often cynical cunning, and a very deep philosophical thinking. At the time, Churchill won the Nobel Prize for Literature, and I think he deserves a great deal of attention as a philosopher of history. So we can compare him from the one point with Tolstoy and from the another point with Ernst Junger. Churchill's autobiography focuses on his early military career as a young officer in the British Army. It describes his experiences in conflicts such as the Cuba, India, Sudan, South Africa, and his reflections on the importance of cunning and negotiation, but also the development of courage, honor, and duty that would later shape his leadership in the Second World War. So we can see that he successfully combined what was blindly regarded as toxic traits with the highest values. Conclusion. In today's world of diversity, high technology, and active communication, it is impossible to avoid false accusations of toxic leadership. However, as in the Napoleonic Wars and in the First and Second World Wars, the dignity of the military elite depends on their training and moral standards, on their ability to combine cunning with high dignity. However, in contrast to the naive teaching of strict leadership, I believe it is important to have a critical understanding of what toxic leadership is and how to endure false accusations of toxic leadership by inner moral qualities. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. And I'd like to invite Professor Sergey, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm pleased to be here today and speak about, actually, Vytautas, you're very right. You're talking about toxic leadership, right? And unfortunately, Putin's Russia intoxicates Europe now, and not only Europe. And before I go to my text, it's a little bit, academic, scientific. I will quote some of well-known specialist experts in the sphere of humiliation. But I would like to focus your attention on this stage. I do really like this stage, and you know why? Because Ukrainian flag stands next to the European and NATO flag. That's extremely important for Ukraine. We are aspirating, support and leadership of democratic societies of Europe, and I do believe that Ukraine will be the member of the EU and NATO, not just because we want to be close to Europe. We are already in Europe. We want to be safe. We want to be democratic. We want to get closer to all the standards which your country, Lithuania, shares for many, many years now. So let me start with my brief take on autocratic directorship. Unfortunately, it fuels war in Ukraine. I would like to give you a brief explanation why Russia is using humiliation as a fuel for war in Ukraine. So, they have deceived us, or to put it simply, they have played us, complained Vladimir Putin when he announced launching this special military operation in his hate speech on February 24, 2022. In Russian, he's complaining all the time. In Russian, it sounds like «Они нас опять обманули», «Они нас надули», like balloons, He was pumped like a balloon, and he didn't really understand why it was that important for the rest of the world to make him understand that he's toxic. He's not the leader. He's a toxic man who unfortunately wages war against against the world, basically. All right, since then, the Russian president has mentioned his anxiety towards so-called collective West, primarily NATO's activity, more than 10 times in his public speeches, representing himself as the one who could be presumably identified as cheated and humiliated. The most shared definition of humiliation after 1901 by Margalit became a solid starting point for further research through the personal feelings of a human and his reaction to external stimulus. At first glance, it was pointed at the personal perception of some external wound where humiliation is any sort of behavior or condition that constitutes a sound reason for a person to consider his or her self-respect injured. Securitization of humiliation became the next stage when analyzing international conflicts on the interstate level, as soon as humiliation is not just about attacks on feelings like self-respect or dignity, with a weighted response like anger and shame. The specificity of Russian feelings of humiliation is intimately linked to notions of power and status. For Russia, the origin of its shame, anger, and humiliation goes back to the last years of the Soviet Union and is firmly connected to the historic trauma the Russian Federation, as the successor of the Soviet Union, could start suffering from its failure. Of course, I have no doubt that you also remember this message which Putin sent to the world. I'm talking about, and I'm recalling the symbolic message by Putin. It was said in 2005 that, quote, above all, we should acknowledge that the collapse of the Soviet Union was a major geopolitical disaster of the century. You know, he was complaining that one of the shameless totalitarian country collapsed. That is insane, and that is not acceptable after all we have now in Ukraine, and not only. You know, we can recall Georgia back in 2008. Even before 2008, even before 2014 and 2022, we must remember and still, you know, acknowledge that Russia was always in their colonial impression, imperial impression of how the world should be running. We have Transnistria, we have South Ossetia, we have Abkhazia, now we have, unfortunately, Crimea. We used to have Nagorno-Karabakh conflict. It was, all these conflicts were originated from the totalitarian, you know, past of Soviet Union and now the Russian Federation. So, coming back and going back to 2005, so for Putin, this trauma of Soviet collapse became his personal motivation to concentrate the Kremlin's foreign policy on regaining power status and defending what he pretended to believe were the vital interests of the Russian people. The regaining of power did not exclude the use of military force. Ukraine became the object of Russian aggression to help Putin overcome the phantom pain of helplessness caused, as he designated, by the West in order to raise national self-esteem for the weaker. Creating the image of enemy who humiliates in order to push it back and to fight against it by all possible means, including the military force, secures the central place in Russian humiliating foreign policy, both against Ukraine and its Western partners, primarily from the NATO member states. All these anti-Ukraine and anti-West narratives were designated to mobilize the Russian society around their president by pointing out who bothers Russians to live better and who is guilty that they live poorly. Through such narratives, the Kremlin also dumps responsibility for the poor economic situation within the state on itself and transfers it outside the country and onto external hostile forces. Humiliation is being used by the Kremlin as a defensive tool when, in self-victimized manner, the artificially constructed image of humiliating demagogically accuses the West of anti-Russian policy. In fact, it calls for post-bipolar revenge to protect such vague constructs as Russian identity and traditional Russian values, those unknown традиционные скрепы, right, which nobody can understand why they should differ from the democratic values and international law principles. Anyway, humiliation simultaneously turns into an offensive tool when justifying the military invasion of Ukraine in 2014 and its full-scale phase in 2022 with unacceptable rhetoric of humiliation of personal dignity to the address of the leaders of a sovereign state towards Ukrainian language, history, traditions, and the Ukrainian nation as a whole. You know, all these notions as, you know, Ukrainians, they're Nazis or fascists, you know, all these Anglo-Saxons, that is absolutely unacceptable rhetoric from the totalitarian leader who intoxicates, unfortunately, this discourse about democratic world. In doing so, the Kremlin turned humiliation into a legitimate tool of dominance to challenge hegemony and engaged in deviant diplomacy. The Russian president waged a bet on fostering a martyr syndrome, both inside and outside the nation, playing the victim to manipulate others, provoking and punishing both insiders and outsiders for its ongoing misery at the will of the evil alliance. This was done because the Kremlin was unwilling to democratize and demonstrate solidarity with the liberal West. Understandably, achieving success in a hostile environment is always a stress for both the leader and his inner circle, as well as a challenge to domestic and external outsiders at the same time. The worst news is that stress only manipulates and multiplies suspicion, fear, and thus external aggression, because when leaders are under stress, their intelligence and experience tend to interfere with each other, diminishing the leader's ability to think rationally, logically, and analytically. Indeed, the paradox of the leader's behavior under such conditions leads to the situation when his or her further policies have objectively become irrational, but subjectively still remain pragmatic to him or her, even when they appear to be destructive for the nation. At the same time, Putin's pragmatism produces danger to the outside world because it has been built on the platform of political frustration to multiply the resentment effect from the martyr syndrome. Thus, frustration aggravates aggression, which is disposed to be becoming or being offensive. That is a disposition, power, or effect characterized by assault, attack, invasion. Ash Carter, the US Defense Secretary in 2015-2017, characterized Putin's behavior and leadership in the world's arena as follows. I'm quoting Ash Carter back to 2015. One of the ways he defines, Putin defines the success of his policy is not by results on the ground, but on the level of discomfort he can create in the rest of the world and show to his people as the point of his policy. So Putin is entertaining and enjoying chaos because this is his toxic leadership, which makes him strong in the eyes of the followers. Therefore, it's not accidental that Russia poses a permanent threat to the international community. This is a quintessence of Putin's pragmatic, albeit unethical, approach to foreign policy, the creation of unnecessary, real as well as fictitious, foreign enemies to Russia, which is a vital and necessary tool for Putin to hold on his authoritarian power. Putin is the type of a leader who seeks aggressive policies and uses a combination of humiliation and a sense of national pride and dignity to strengthen his authoritarian regime. As Sharafuddinova suggests, the moment of annexation of Crimea in 2014 and the few years that followed thereafter represented a high point of that feat, which the majority of the Russian people recognizing in Putin's personnel as a leader who wanted to be proud of. The invasion of Crimea was supported, unfortunately, by the majority of the Russian population. They appeared increasingly ready to adopt Putin's virtual reality, but with non-virtual, tangible, negative consequences for all parties involved. Thus, Putin met a success when he transformed his personal humiliation, which we would rather tend to classify as dissatisfaction with his personal position in the world arena, into national humiliation, and established strong bonds of feeling with his people. As Lindner points out, that kind of tool was in the arsenal of Hitler. Actually, you were also recalling this historic parallel and toxic leadership, which we unfortunately face nowadays. And the roots and the grounds of this toxic leadership goes back to Hitler's time and to the Second World War, and not only. So, as Lindner points out, that kind of tool was in arsenals of Hitler, by which he targeted the point of no return when turned individual into collective. Unfortunately, Putin turns his individual, anger and dissatisfaction with the world into his national policy. And that's why people suffer on both sides of the border. Indeed, there should be a strong domestic support for such an offensive strategy when challenging rivals with hybrid threats, including fake accusation of the West in humiliation. The consolidation of groups requires leaders, and leadership only makes sense in the context of group, where emotions could be predominant. Unfortunately, this is a unfortunate bad news for all of us, because Putin's messages, his narrative of humiliation, his accusation of the West in bad doings, unfortunately transforms into his society. And unfortunately, Russian citizens are kind of, hostages, and they are extremely aggressive to the rest of the world because they think that this is not because of their kleptocratic power, just because of those strange Anglo-Saxons, who make these countries suffer and live poorly still. In order to be successful, leaders must be seen as one of us, perceived as someone who is doing it for us, and must craft a sense of us to shape the shared understanding of who we are and what we are about, and the one who finally made us matter. So Putin made Russians matter just because he wanted himself to be the toxic leader, and he exposes his hate speech on the Russian society, and not only. That is why Putin was successful in achieving inside Russian society through its consolidation around the leader with propaganda, disinformation, and fake news, along with the physical suppression of his opponents while generating new external conflicts. Just to conclude, an ongoing military aggression against Ukraine, for whatever explanations from the side of the Kremlin it was started, is irrational and destructive for both Ukraine and Russia, but vitally needed for Putin's regime's survival. If anyone is threatened by the West, alongside the democratization of the post-Soviet space, this is the authoritarian kleptocratic regime of Putin, which has been holding its own citizens as hostages of his imperial ambitions for more than 20 years, annexing territories of sovereign states while continuing to commit war crimes in Ukraine. Thank you very much, and I do want us to discuss more on how we can change that kind of humiliating foreign policy in order to defend ourselves and safe democratic values. Thank you very much.
And for the last but not least presentation, I would like to invite Dr. Jakub Olczowski to hear his speech.
Thank you very much for the invitation. It's good to be in Vilnius again. I feel like home. It's because Lublin, my city, is it's quite similar. It's like looks like a younger brother of Vilnius. But anyway, the topic of our session is about the political elites and about the leadership, and the colleagues told a few interesting things about toxic leaders. I wouldn't like to talk too much about leaders, about political elites. Of course, I have some general remarks, but in fact, I'd like to tell you a few words about, as I think it may be interesting for you, because majority of you are neither Poles nor Ukrainians. So I want to tell you about the political elites of Poland and the Polish society after February 24, after the Russia's invasion, because something strange happened after February 24. The question is, what will be in the future? But let me start with a few general remarks regarding leadership and political elites, especially in the face of conflicts. Deeply believe that the history of the humankind is not written by by the humankind. I mean, you know, en masse. The history is written by individuals, by leaders, by commanders, by kings, by artists, entrepreneurs, etc., not by masses. Sorry, this is how it works. In this context, also referring to what colleagues said, we can ask a question, do we have any statesmen today? Do we have any serious leaders in Europe, not only in Europe, charismatic leaders, strong leaders with a vision, who are able to impose their will? I don't think so. I don't think so. We have people like Churchill, Adenauer, Landsbergis, Havel. I don't think we have such people anymore. We have Olaf Scholz for now, and many others, of course. Why is it important? Why I find it important? You know, I always tell my students, conflict is something which is totally natural. The history of people, of human civilization, is the history of conflicts. Look, every book, every movie is about a conflict between individuals, a conflict between groups of people, a conflict between people and the nature, people and aliens, or between myself and myself, etc., etc. But it's always about a conflict. So conflict is nothing unusual. We had conflicts, we have conflicts, and we will have conflicts. Conflicts, by the way, also generate development, but this is another story. And now we come to the role of the political elites. It's the political elites who are responsible for anything that happens domestically and internationally, especially in the context of security. Because we can't forget that one of the main reasons why an institution of a state has emerged is security. State was created to provide security to the people who live in this state. So the role of political elites is crucial when it comes to security. But in democratic states, the political elites depend, to a large extent, on public opinion. They function from election to election. So it is, well, to be honest, a factor that limits the responsibility of political elites. And in this context, one more thing is very important. It's Russia and all other authoritarian or autocratic states. Because the Russian political elites don't have to take care about the public opinion. So they can do whatever they want. They always did. It's totally different in our countries, because our political elites have to take into consideration the will of voters. Russians don't have to do it, so they can do whatever they want. So this is speaking about the general remarks, and now, of course, keeping all that in mind, let's talk about what happened in Poland after February 24 and after Russia invaded Ukraine. Something very specific happened. We have to remember also one thing, that the political elites are not separated from the society in democratic states, first of all. In fact, political elites are a reflection of the society. People vote for their representatives, and these representatives represent social groups, professional groups, political views, etc., etc. The political elites in democracy reflect the society. So if we keep that in mind, maybe it's not so surprising if we look at what happened in Poland after February 2024. What happened? Well, the Polish political elites are very deeply polarized. So is the society. But it's nothing unusual. It happens in many countries, everywhere almost. especially recently. So it's not unusual. But after February 24, after Russia invaded Ukraine, something interesting happened. All national consensus emerged suddenly. And this consensus said, we have to help Ukraine, we have to support Ukraine, we have to help Ukrainians, and we did it. And everyone, all the society and all the political elites, despite divisions, despite this polarization, they agreed that we should help Ukrainians. And this was, I must tell you that I've never seen anything like this in Poland. What happened, what was going on in this period. Some people compare it to the solidarity movement at the beginning of 1980s. Maybe, I can't remember, I was a little boy in the beginning of 1980s. But maybe this was something like this. This was actually everyone tried to help. Why? I think that to a large extent it was this Russian invasion triggered in Poland a kind of a collective memory, because it was Russia who invaded. And we remember, last 500 years of neighborhood with Russia, and we know how it tastes, this kind of neighborhood. And of course, enemy of my enemy is my friend. So we supported Ukraine. At the beginning, what is also important, nobody talked about interests. That this is in our interest to support Ukraine. No, it didn't appear at the beginning. It was like a honeymoon in very complicated and difficult Polish-Ukrainian relations. Polish elites and Polish society just thought we do it because it is a proper thing. It is a proper thing to do, to help these people, to help our neighbor. What is also important, it was basically bottom-up. It was the people who initiated, self-government, NGOs, local communities, etc., etc. That's interesting. The role of the state was secondary, to be honest. Later, it evolved, of course, because local communities cannot provide tanks. The state, the Polish state, provided tanks, aircraft, ammunition, etc., to Ukraine. So, as I said, it was the honeymoon in this very difficult Polish-Ukrainian relations. 2.5 years later, as you can imagine, every honeymoon must be over. And it's not so sweet anymore, for many reasons. Elites, Polish political elites, mainstream of course, still has this consensus. We have to support Ukraine. We have to support Ukraine because this is a change, because this is in our interest. Ukraine defends itself, but also Ukraine defends us. So it's obvious for majority of Polish politicians, for Polish political elites. However, in the society, I think it may look a bit different right now, because one, Polish society, just like many other European societies, is a bit tired of this war. The Poles don't want, basically, in general, to read about this war and to watch this war on TV, just like many Western societies. No, it's boring right now. Another thing, even more important, it refers strictly to Polish-Ukrainian relations, to the history. Historical monsters returned. And I'm saying, of course, about World War II and about the massacre committed by Ukrainian nationalists on the Polish population. It is very deeply rooted in Polish collective memory, and Poles are very, very emotional about it. And it is a problem, and it will be a problem. We are not going to, get over it just like this. It is also because, unfortunately, the Ukrainian state, in short, of course we can discuss it for a long time, but in short, the Ukrainian state pretends it never happened. And that's a problem. That's a problem because, that ignites, additionally, anti-Ukrainian prejudices, stereotypes, presentiments in Poland. And of course, all of this is fueled by Russian propaganda, and all we know that Russian propaganda is a huge and very effective machine, and they know how to use it. They know how to tell Germans, cooperation with Russia is good, it's economically good for you, and Germans believe it. And they tell Poles, Ukrainians are nationalists, murderers, and they hate Poland, and they want to kill you. And Poles believe it, especially when they look at the history. One more important thing about the Polish political elites. The anti-Ukrainian political movement is growing. And of course it is pro-Russian, but they don't declare it, or they don't admit they are pro-Russian. Because you can't be pro-Russian in Poland, officially. I mean, okay, you can, but it's not illegal. But this is a political suicide. Politically, you are not, unlike in Germany, for example, politically you will not gain anything if you declare that you are pro-Russian in Poland. So, of course, officially they are not pro-Russian, they are anti-Ukrainian, of course, and they are Polish patriots. All nationalists say the same, more or less. But it works, unfortunately. All this propaganda works, and Polish people say you may hear it very commonly. Ukrainians are ungrateful. We help them, we support them all the time, we give them money, weapons, shelter, and they are ungrateful, and they don't want to finally say that, okay, sorry, for what happened during World War II. So they were ungrateful. Another thing is that, I think you've noticed it. Immigrants usually bring with themselves a set of behavior, cultural patterns of behavior. Not always it looks properly in a given country. And I've seen many times in Poland, Ukrainians, immigrants, refugees, whose behavior is not very good. And that irritates me. I'm Ukraine's friend, and I was for the first time in Ukraine 26 years ago, and still that irritates me. So how about average Polish citizens? When they see young Ukrainian men, noisy, drunk, in very expensive cars in Poland. They ask, you defend your country? So what are you doing here? Why are you drinking vodka in my country, and you ask me to help you, to support you? And quite often I talk to my Ukrainian friends who live in Poland, and they say they can see that. They can see that, and they often tell their Ukrainian country fellows, please stop doing things like this. Because, okay, 20 immigrants from Ukraine work hard in Poland, and they are very decent people, but one is enough. If he's drunk, if he drives drunk, and when he, there is a car accident, they kill someone from time to time, and people see that. It's visible. Decent people are not visible. Villains are visible, as we know. Of course, this is a problem, and I'm afraid this problem will grow. will grow because Polish political elites, unfortunately, treat, especially, when the election is coming, Polish political elites treat Ukraine as a political bargain chip. And now, next year, we have a presidential election. The conservative side of our political scene will use Polish-Ukrainian relations in the campaign, no doubt. So, the liberal side has to do the same, because if they don't, they lose votes. So, it is visible already right now. We have an election next year, but it is visible right now that Polish political elites start using again the question of Polish-Ukrainian relations as a chip, as an argument in political internal debate in Poland. But of course it affects, it must, Polish-Ukrainian relations again. So we are coming back to, excuse me, how much time do I have? I don't.
You are running out of it.
Okay. So maybe we'll discuss it. I think we have some time for questions. So we are coming back to general remarks. Political elites are responsible for security, first of all, for anything, but for security, first of all. The question is, do we have in democratic states political elites that are able to think responsibly about security, if they think only, in the category of elections, from election to election to election to election. And, I'm not saying that this is only the problem of Poland. It was just an example, because it is, of course, a broader problem, and for many of us, for all of us, in fact. Okay, time is over. Thank you.
Thank you, Jakob. Yeah, three interesting topics: philosophical, practical international relations, and, let's say, domestic issue related. All are very important to talk. I don't know. I can ask questions of the speakers, but maybe there are questions in the audience that should be asked, and if there are no, so I will chip in as the moderator and fill the emptiness of the silence with my questions. So if there are questions, please don't hesitate. We didn't have opportunity to ask our distinguished historians in the last panel, but in this, I think it's the priority. Whatever questions you have, please don't hesitate. If you just have a question, raise the hand and introduce yourself. As usually, Lithuanian shy audience, even officers. Okay, so then while you're thinking about, the ideas, I would like to ask individual questions of each of the presenters. Gintautai, you have talked about this toxic leadership, and you have talked about literal examples, historical cases, and you are also a keen observer of Russia, and you also look and analyze Russian officers, and of course continuous replacement of generals and dissatisfaction about their performance. What do you see in Russian military among the generals? Are they toxic as much as you can see? Or maybe they are corrupt by, the political elites, but they overall are good soldiers that don't question the orders and just conduct those orders. How would you see those events?
Okay, that's that's not so simple question, because all Russian and opposition in Western countries and many European leaders ask the same question as you. the problem is not about soldiers and their duty. The problem is about officers' dignity in this case. And what does mean in to be dignified and to be the honor in the completely toxic situation, you know. And I remember you in my presentation, and I tell about Ernst Jünger, who participated in the attempt to assassinate Hitler in 1944. And contemporary Russian opposition Western leaders asked, are dignified or honorable officers in Russian army who can stop hallucinogenic Putin, you know, from his historical hallucinations, you know. It's not about, you know, we can blame, we can criticize all the Russian army until they found the possibility to demonstrate they have at least minimum honor, you know, not to choose the side of losers, but to recognize that their leader, you know, their leader is criminal, completely criminal. This is the problem. And of course, it's not so simple. It's not so simple. Probably after long Soviet and post-Soviet military education, you know. As my example of Germany, Nazi, was because these German officers, ordinary, were educated before Nazi came to power. And they feel this dignity, importance of dignity, for their own ethical and moral life, you know, to stop, to save German by killing Hitler, you know. This was important. To save Russia by killing Putin, for some of them will be a solution. I'm not talking that they will recognize European democracy, you know. I'm not talking about that they will start to be very critical and to think like me or you, you know. We will be always different, you know. It's not about this. If they read 3 times like me, Leo Tolstoy, War and Peace, they need to kill Putin.
Let's hope that they find this courage someday, preferably sooner than later. Okay, thank you. Sergei, you talked about basically what I can define, connecting what Gintaras said and you, toxic leadership of Putin through humiliation. And aren't we in the West becoming, aren't our leaders in the West becoming also toxic? Because look, Putin said, you know, it's not my fault, I was provoked to invade Ukraine. Fine. He says, you know, we are losing part of the Kursk area. It's not my fault, it's my generals. I don't take responsibility from anybody. And I start thinking about, you know, those political scientists in the West, and I will mention the surname Mearsheimer, you know. He's saying, well, Russia's aggression was the fault of the West, of the NATO, of the United States. And he says, basically, you know, there is no agency in Russia. And when we talk about interests, what Jakub mentioned, each country has interests. And in the West, the French, Italians, Spanish, whatever, we usually focus on Germans, but compared to Germans, I feel there are bigger challenges elsewhere. Aren't we becoming toxic, preaching one thing about democracy, rule of law, liberty, and when we need to provide military, non-military aid, we pledge the same things 4 times in a row with providing one thing. So aren't the West also becoming toxic, not to upholding their position and their support, enough support for Ukraine?
You know that we can blame anyone in our problems, right? But not us, right? That is not the right approach. I'm the citizen of Ukraine, right? And I do have a lot of questions to my political elites. Why it had happened that Putin was so toxic to attack Ukraine. He was not provoked by the West. He was provoked by his imperial mood and interest to just ensure his own personal power inside Russia. My dear Polish colleague was talking about, problems in bilateral Ukraine and Poland and Polish relations. Ginterus, you know much better about uneasy relations between Polish and Lithuanian people, as well. So unfortunately, all the neighbors have problems. But good neighbors are trying to resolve them, right, in a very peaceful, very beneficial way. The problem between the West and Ukraine is that Ukraine, unfortunately, not the part of the West. Neither institutionally and still, unfortunately, not mentally. If Ukraine was part of NATO and EU before 2014, right, this war would never happen. And that is absolute understandable, situation. I should ask my people, I should ask my political elites, why we were not successful in joining NATO and EU before 2014. And we know why. I will not, go deep inside the internal Ukrainian, let's say, post-Soviet narratives. But I do believe that this is the moment of no return. The West should stand with Ukraine as much as possible. And, the Western strategy, probably, I'm not in a position, to give some advices to our colleagues, to our partners in the West. But I do believe that this is not about Western support of Ukraine. This is about Western intention to prevent further escalation and Putin threats in the future. The war will end at some point, right? But if Putin stays in Kremlin, he'll pose a threat for many, many years, and not only for Ukraine, for the rest of the European community, because he enjoys chaos, even if he will not, invade, for example, Lithuania, or even if he will not cross the Russian-Finnish border, for example, but he'll definitely play his hybrid, threats in order to just present himself as someone who saves Russians, saves Russian history. This is the problem. And one more thing, okay, just to conclude, power is a very, power of the leader. We're talking about leaders, right? It's extremely, it's a biased thing, If you have power, you can do a lot of things. The problem with Putin is that he has absolute power. Power is not just stealing money from the budget. The most problematic and threatening feature of power is that who has power, he can rule personalities. He can designate the destiny of people. He possesses people, and that is the problem, because Putin does not respect any personality, any freedom, and he throws his people, into this war, and he never thinks about anything but power. That's why, all the kings and queens were kind of sent by gods, because they had some kind of moral right to use people's life, in their own very narrow, sometimes very egoistic intentions. And that is what the democratic community needs to do, turn this, maximum into the opposite way. So power is not someone who can rule. Power is people. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergey. And I have a question for Jakub. Sergey already a bit touched on this, but my question about upcoming elections in Poland. We know elections will happen in Germany next year, elsewhere. And you kind of said that, well, the society forces, let's say, or shapes the narratives of politicians they use during the elections to get elected. But my question is, aren't politicians just, so naive guys looking at the society, what society tells to them, and just implement what society tells? I think that politicians are actors in themselves. They can shape narratives. They can influence what society thinks. They can send the messages. And here is my question. If we accept that politicians can shape the mind of society about, Ukraine, support for Ukraine, and so on, don't they see as strategic problems not doing that? Don't they see that, well, I win election this year for 5 years in case of president, 4 years in case of parliament, but if I don't build strategic resilience towards Russia in this case, if I will not have strategic decisions for the long term, but will be interested only what tomorrow brings, aren't the country, the state loses in the end, and they choose not to do nothing in that matter?
It's not about Poland.
In general, basically, but
in
in case of...
because there are too many things in your question. First of all, of course, politicians are actors if they are good politicians. A good politician, of course, a good politician doesn't have to be a smart person. He or she may be stupid, but politics is not about being wise. Basically, an example is Donald Trump. He's not wise, but he's a great politician. He's an animal, political animal, and he knows how to read the moods of American society. Because there is a lot of people in the United States who don't like this liberal progress. So Trump gives them an alternative, and he perfectly knows how to talk to people, what to tell them, etc. So yeah, of course, the actors may shape what people think and what society think and what thinks and what society wants. But another part of your question about strategy, about building resilience, and so on. Well, in this case, I must say it's not the case of Poland. Because, of course, Polish politicians are divided, Polish society is divided, but I think that majority of Polish political elites and the majority of Polish society perfectly understand that what Russia does is not an incident, and it's not a question of, all right, they invaded Ukraine, who cares? No, I think that majority of Polish people perfectly knows that, because, this is our neighbor and your neighbor for the last 600 years, so we have some experience. So I think that we know that in Poland, we know it's not the end. So yes, we have to build a strategy how to be more resilient, how to defend, etc., etc. No matter the political views and so on. This is one of the few things I think that Russia is one of the few things that majority of Polish would agree on, because in general Polish people. We have a saying that if you meet two Polish people, you meet 3 opinions, at least. So, yeah, okay, we love to complain, to argue, etc. But there are some things that we mostly agree. And in my opinion, one of the things that we mostly agree is Russia, and that we cannot trust Russia. So I think that no matter who will be the next president, we won't be a friend, and he won't be or she won't be a friend to the Russian Federation.
Well, we don't need more friends for Russia. We need more people who are willing to support and strengthen the alliances and support the resilience and the defense of our countries. So are there maybe questions from the, please just introduce yourself. Can we have a microphone somewhere? Someone please bring the microphone.
Hello, I'm Dominikas. I'm not a military person or a historian. I'm just a social activist who tries to do his best at informational warfare. My question is about a very important country that is absent at this stage, Belarus. After February 24th, Poland came together, Ukraine came together, Baltic states came together. This was not the case for Belarus. Yes, there was a short moment when wives of the opposition leaders were trying to win at the elections over Lukashenko, but if we look at the opposition forces that are in exile for the last, I don't know, a year, maybe a year and a half, it seems like a complete mess. It seems like they don't have the fight in them. We have like, I don't know, 7 or 9 fractions that are at each other's throats. The people who are the flagman of the Belarusian resistance against Russian occupation, Paul Kalinowski, they do not see eye to eye with the official government, so to speak, Tikhanovskaya. They align themselves with revisionistic radicals like Poznak. I will not go into that, don't worry. And what's the difference? Why does this coming togetherness does not happen for the Belarusians? Thank you.
Very difficult question, I would say, and please, Gintautai.
Thank you. Good question. I as well thought that this question should be raised. And I think this is very urgent for Poland and Lithuania, for Ukraine as well, but especially I will emphasize Lithuania because we feel a responsibility for granddaughter of Lithuania and common country, you know, for hundreds of years together with the Belarusians. So it's not so simple. And many opposition leaders and activists are in Vilnius or in Poland, somewhere in Warszaw's different countries. And I communicate with many of them in Poland, in Vilnius as well. And I would say it's not so simple. From the one side, we need to criticize their weakness. I agree. There are a lot of weakness, what they are doing. From the other side, we need to recognize what they opposition done per these 4 years, you know, from 2020, and what's happened per this time. First, they organized activity, maybe not so good, of president office, Tikhanovskaya. The second, they organized so-called more or less new parliament in, you know, Poland. The third, they organized so-called ministry cabinet. It's okay, doesn't work good, but it's okay. They try to organize all this. And then they have parallel military power in Ukraine, Kalinowski regiment, you know, as well, who fights. And there we see strengths and weakness of Belarusian opposition abroad. And as well, my question will be different than you, of how we support in Lithuania or in Poland this Belarusian opposition. Did we done everything, you know, that they will act more, I would say, productively? And my answer were not, because, for example, one example, because I'm from Lithuania point of view, Lithuania always fear to discuss the question of Lithuanians and regiment of Kalinowski, you know. This is many of problems. It's similar to Poland, and Ukrainian relationships and, blood history. There as well, fear and misinterpreting of Belarusian nationalism in Lithuania. And there we have some fears and even traumas, I would say, to discuss and to help for Belarusian fight for democracy. There we see strengths and weakness, and there we need to discuss both sides. This is question. Sorry.
Thank you, colleagues. Sergei, Jakub, you want to chip in something on Belarus? Please.
Yeah, just one take on the situation in Belarus, actually in Russia as well. So, Gedris, you were asking what can or should the West do, in order to be involved into resolution of this chaos in this part of Europe. Okay, everybody understands, it's kind of an obvious thing that there are no elections neither in Belarus nor in Russia, right? There are no freedom of speech, there is no opposition, there is no political, activity, there are no elections. They do have elections, but they do not elect.
Performative.
Yeah, right. So here we can ask the West, why do you recognize Lukashenko as president-elect? Why do you tolerate both Putin and Lukashenko, knowing that they are authoritarian, politicians, and you legitimize them, for yourself, for Russians, for Belarusians, for the world? And this is a huge question. If we want or have to tolerate those authoritarian regimes, acknowledging their power, we have Tikhanovskaya, right? For example, why not to acknowledge Tikhanovskaya as a president in exile, for example, right? And to not tolerate Lukashenko and not to treat him as a legitimate president. This is the question to the Western politicians. If they want to play that kind of game, non-recognition, trying to fight against authoritarianship, in this part of the world, it's a big political game, and I do think that, unfortunately, authoritarian regimes are making democratic regimes play their games, play their rules. What Putin does, what Lukashenko do, they want us to play their rules. And unfortunately, they are successful in making us playing their rules. And this is a huge existential question. For how long are we going to tolerate their rules, their disinformation, their fakes, their narratives? I don't know. Looks like quite long. Yep, thanks.
Thank you. Jakub, you want to?
I don't think we have time, but every time we speak about Belarus, we should remember that Belarus is no more a sovereign state. It's actually a part of the Russian Federation to a large extent. And the only thing that Alexander Lukashenko tries to do since 2020, since this fraud election, is trying not to lose power. And it's a very important task for him, because we have to remember that in democratic states, if you lose power, you lose power. You can go to your garden or I don't know, take care about your grandchildren, for example. In authoritarian states, when you lose power, you may lose your head, your wealth, you lose everything. So everything that Lukashenko is doing right now is trying not to lose power. So forget about Belarus for some time. And by the way, speaking about the Kalinovsky regiment, probably it's the most effective, potentially, opposition, Belarusian opposition. Because I don't think that the Belarusian oppositioners who are in Poland now or Lithuania, I don't think they can do anything. But the regiment of Kalinowski, yes, armed and dangerous. I think that when, if Lukashenko thinks about any opposition that may be a threat to him, it's the regiment.
Okay, and then on that positive note, I want to thank our distinguished speakers. And finally, I want to say, long live our free nations and Slava Ukraini!
Thank you, panelists, for a lively and engaging discussion. Once again, I would like to express our sincere gratitude for the support organizing this conference to the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, Vilniaus Town Hall, General Jonas Žemaitis Lithuanian Military Academy, to the Foundation The Crown of Prince Ostrovsky. We will now have a 40-minute coffee break. Once again, it will be served in the adjoining hall. Please take this time to relax, enjoy your meal, and engage in further discussions with your colleagues. We will resume our program at 13:45 with our final session. Thank you.
залізними в золотих степах, меч догори і круговерть, ми на шляху, ворогу смерть, меч догори і круговерть, ми на шляху, ворогу смерть. Нас не лякають орди ворогів, боєм гартовані внуки козаків. Меч догори і круговерть, ми на шляху, ворогу смерть. Меч догори і круговерть, ми на шляху, ворогу смерть. Віра твоя свята, міцно меч тримай. Клятва у нас проста, своє не віддай. Меч догори і круговерть, ми на шляху, ворогу смерть. Меч догори і круговерть, ми на шляху, ворогу смерть. Ангели наші всі мають посивні, в лави стають вони з нами на рівні. Меч догори і круговерть, ми на шляху, ворогу смерть. Меч догори pradedam. Tik garsiai.
Gerai. Gerai. We will start in 5 minutes.
Вже на шлях сотнями залізними в золотих степах, меч догори і круговерть, ми на шляху, ворогу смерть, меч догори і круговерть, ми на шляху, ворогу смерть. Нас не лякають орди ворогів, боєм гартовані внуки козаків. Меч догори, бій круговерть, ми на шляху, ворогу смерть. Меч догори, бій круговерть, ми на шляху, ворогу смерть. Твоя свята, міцно меч тримай, клятва у нас проста, своє не віддай. Меч догори, ти круговерть, ми на шляху, ворогу смерть. Меч догори, ти круговерть, ми на шляху, ворогу смерть. Ангели наші всі мають посивні, стають вони з нами на рівні. Меч догори, бій круговерть, ми на шляху, ворогу смерть. Меч догори, бій круговерть, ми на шляху, ворогу смерть. Без вагань і страху станем в бій гуртом, милістю Божою вийдем зі щитом. Меч догори, бій круговерть, ми на шляху, ворогу смерть. Меч догори, бій круговерть, ми на шляху, ворогу смерть. Грізно гармати б'ють, хлопці ціль землі, славний бригади пусть завжди на броні. Меч догори, бій круговерть, ми на шляху, ворогу смерть. Меч догори, бій круговерть, ми на шляху, ворогу смерть.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a refreshing break. As we reconvene for our final session, titled Historical Parallels in the Face of Political Military Challenges in the West and the East. We will engage in a discussion that draws on historical lessons from the Battle of Oršos and other significant events to understand their relevance to contemporary geopolitical challenges. I am sure that the diversity of panelists and the experience of the panel's moderator will provide you with a thought-provoking insights and engaging experience. Our distinguished panelists for the session are retired Brigadier General Rainer Mayer Zumfelde from the Institute for Security Policy at the Yale University, former officer of the German Armed Forces with experience in military strategy, defense policy, and international relations. He held the key roles throughout his career, serving at different national and NATO positions. Professor Dr. John Klaus Behrens from the Leibniz Center for the Contemporary History. He's a historian in contemporary European and East European history, and his academic and research contributions are well regarded in the field of Soviet and post-Soviet political dynamics, propaganda, and the social history of violence. Associate Professor Alvydas Medalinskas from the Mykolas Romeris University. He is a former chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee of the Parliament of Lithuania, also a journalist and political science at Mykolas Romeris University. Following his political career, Medalinskas became a respected journalist and commentator, known for his insightful analysis of political and international affairs, particularly on Ukraine and Moldova. Dr. Vytautas Urbelis, Defense Policy Director at the Ministry of National Defense of Lithuania. He is a leading Lithuanian and defense and security expert and has played a pivotal role in shaping Lithuania's defense policies and its strategic alignment with NATO and the European Union. Vytautas Urbelis is the author of numerous publications on the defense policy, intelligence reform, and the foreign policy issues. The moderator for this discussion will be Professor Davidas Šlekys from the Institute of International Relations and Political Science, Associate Professor at the Vilniaus University and the General Jonas Žemaitis Military Academy of Lithuania, where he is teaching courses on war studies and history of international relations. His area of expertise and interests are history of national relations, civil-military relations, military theory, and historical sociology. The research is also well known as one of the major public commentators of issues in Lithuania. Please.
Thank you for introductions. Good afternoon. We will follow this kind of procedure. We agreed upon that our panelists will provide few minutes remarks, except Vytautas because he came like me for this only panel, but the three other colleagues, what they heard, let's say what the impressions about the first two panels, let's say in the history, contemporary analogies, and then later on I will have few questions just about the historical analogies, historical parallels, about the role of historical analogies in contemporary defense policy planning, making, and security issues. And then somewhere, depending how we will proceed, but at least 15 minutes or maybe 20 minutes I will allocate for the question from the audience, if there will be. So let's proceed from General, you first, your impressions about discussions about history, defense, contemporary times.
Yeah, thank you very much, first for the invitation and second for the opportunity to provide some comments from a specific German and Germany in NATO point of view. And that goes to my comrades in arms here who are sitting in so great attendance. I must confess I have some mixed feelings with what I have heard so far. And the first what comes to my mind is what would be in Germany, in German history, the analogy or the equivalent battles, and how are we dealing with that in our memory, in our commemoration. For example, three cases in 2009, after reunification already, we had the 2000 years anniversary of the battle 9 after Christ, where a German tribe, the Cherusker, the Roman Empire at its peak under Emperor Augustus, fought very successfully and destroyed 3 Roman legions, with the result that from that moment on, the border between the Roman Empire, the limes, went along the river Rhine, and left side of the river Rhine to the west. The Roman languages prevailed until today, and east of the river Rhine it was the German languages until today, Germany, Austria, Switzerland, Netherlands, which is a cultural dividing line throughout Europe. Did we commemorate? Not at all. Not a single event on that. Why? Because Nazi Germany had exaggerated in remembering the Germanic tribes and the German origins from that time. I mean, the Cherusker and all that. Second event. In 955, the second German king of the Holy Roman Empire, Otto I, was extremely successful in beating the Hungarians who invaded for 1 or 2 decades Western Europe at the Battle of the Lech decisively. And from that time on, the German kings became the Holy Roman Empire of the German nation's emperors. So the great old German time, huge empire from the North Sea down to Italy and Sicily, including Rome and all that. Did we celebrate? Not at all. Why not? After 100 years in 1955, now first it was still close to the Second World War. We just joined NATO in 1955, and nobody wanted to remember that Germany was once a huge empire from more than 1,000 years. And the third event which comes to my mind is when I was stationed at Brussels in the NATO headquarters. 1815, Battle of Waterloo, 18th of June 1815, was a major success which ended the Napoleonic Wars. The Brits under Wellington, the Prussians under Blücher, the field marshal. Did we celebrate like the Brits, which introduced the royal family to that 200-year celebration? Not at all. Why not? Because we didn't want to do any harm with the German-Franco relationships and the German-Polish relationships in the margins of that event. So we are actually, as a Germans, we are quite post-heroic and have a very low profile in national pride and remembering national highs. And the more we do not do that, the more we remember the national lows, in particular the big rucksack of history we carry with us from the Nazi Germany 1933 to 1945. And it has still a great impact on German politics and also on military education and training, unlike all the others in Europe. So with that, I understand that it is a issue of national pride to remember your successes. But it's not only about historical parallels, it's also about, I would say, the lack of historical parallels, which needs to be discussed. So with that said, my second point, you are now in the most powerful alliance we have seen, at least in Europe, the transatlantic alliance in NATO. Meanwhile, 32 capable nations, like-minded nations, modern equipment, 450 million Europeans, 330 or so Americans, plus Canada, UK, etc. To be a NATO ally is very different from being just a partner like the Ukraine is. The Ukraine has no allies. They have just partners in the West, friends in the West, who support as far as they are prepared to go the Ukrainians in their fight for survival as a nation, as a state, against Putin's, Russia's aggressive invasion. And the headline in that case is, we all the Western NATO nations do not want to become a party to this war against Russia, or between Russia and the Ukrainians. But we just support the Ukrainians with what they need to not lose the war, or if you take it positively, to win the war. With limits and based on conditions. You all know these conditions. And it's not just Germany and Olaf Scholz, as it was mentioned. It is as much President of the United States Biden, or the Brits, or the French, or the Italians, or the Spaniards, and so on and so forth. As an ally in NATO, you are in a much more privileged position. An attack against one in NATO under Article 5 is from the very first minute an attack against all. That is the reason why the German Defense Minister Pistorius pushed it through in the German government that we permanently station this Lithuanian brigade in a full size of about 5,000 men and most modern heavy equipment. And with that, you have the guarantee that you will be defended by the Germans shoulder on shoulder from the very first moment on. Very different from the situation in Ukraine. Now, last point. NATO has a strategic level, has an operational level, has a tactical level. We can learn a lot at the tactical level from all the battles we have fought in Europe since 9 after Christ, in terms of technology, operations, tactics, and all that. In the old times, the cavalry, which worked well in Germany 1866 against the Austrians, which worked well 1870 against the French, and which broke down in the very first days of World War I against machine guns and tripwires in August 1914. So you have a lot of things to learn and to compare. But what you need to understand from my point of view is, at the strategic level, the wars are either lost or won. Germany usually won the operations but lost the war for strategic shortfalls in the thinking, in the planning, in the approach to conduct war. And NATO, which is all our guarantee for peace in Europe, has a strategic defensive posture. Defensive means it is about deterrence, to deter war. And if deterrence fails, it is about restoring, by successful defense operations, again deterrence, and return to the status quo ante. And that is not the same as war breaks out, we will then start initial operations, followed by following operations, and at the end of the day, we retake Smolensk or so. That is not NATO's strategic aim. It is deter, prevent war, deter, and if deterrence fails, restore deterrence. That was even the case also in the Cold War, at the inner German border. The idea was not that if at that time deterrence had failed, we would have reconquered the GDR and Eastern Prussia and stopped then at the river Weichsel, close to Poland. Think about that. It makes a difference. And that came to my mind when I heard these parallels, that it's now Lithuania, Poland, Belarus, and the Ukraine, which could think about these glory times of the 15th, 16th, and 17th century. In NATO, it is all about stability in Europe, deter Russia, and prevent any kind of a Russian aggression against a NATO member state, an ally, as he has dared to do with the Ukrainians. And in that regard, you have the full support of the Germans. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor.
Yes, thank you very much for the invitation. First of all, I'm just back from the United States, where I was 4 weeks on holiday, and also for some meetings with experts. So I want to do something American in the very beginning, which Americans would do here, and that is thank all the servicemen here as a civilian for your service and for keeping us safe. I think this should be said more often. I don't think it's said often enough in Europe, and especially in Germany, and Americans are always very, very close to their armed forces, and maybe this is something that we need to relearn in our country. At least that's what I think, and in other parts of Europe. So thank you very much, gentlemen. And this war is also very personal for me because as a historian of Eastern Europe in Germany, I have 4 PhD students from Ukraine, so I talk to them on a daily basis. I get my update from the front, if you want, every day when I'm at the office. It's not just an academic venture for me, but since the Maidan and then especially since 2022, I'm very personally actually involved in all these matters, but that just to explain where I come from. I would like to make 3 short historical points about Germany and Europe, or historical and political points, that I think can contribute to the discussion that we had in the first 2 panels and maybe also to this discussion. And then, you can of course also ask me about these 3 points that I make. First point is a good news, and there's not much good news, of course, in these days. I think that this war, full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022 has ended German Ostpolitik and Germany's special relationship to Russia. And that's very good, because it had been going on for way too long, since the 1970s or 80s. And even 2014 and Crimea could not kill Ostpolitik, but it kept Merkel's energy alliance with Putin and Nord Stream 3. And there will come a day, and we are pressing for that, the East European specialists in Germany, there will come a day of reckoning when we will have to look at Germany's responsibility for our failure to deter this war. Because I think that our policy towards Russia is probably the biggest failure in German post-war foreign policy, post-45. And well, for obvious reasons, because lots of our politicians that are still in office have no interest at this point to reveal what was behind the decisions for Nord Stream, for Minsk and so on. There has been a little critical discussion so far, but we're pressing for it, and we think this should be done. This is a historic point, of course. This will be our also day as historians and political scientists to talk about this German possibility. In the last panel, there was some critique of Olaf Scholz and his government, and I share this criticism. I'm one of the signatories of an open letter to the government that was published around Easter that German historians have written, and there was a big public discussion about this, urging the Chancellor to do more for Ukraine. And I think what we do is still not enough, but we also have to remember where we're coming from. And we are coming from Angela Merkel, who didn't even want to send 100 rifles to Ukraine and vetoed this in NATO. So there's light and there's shadow. But speaking here, I would like to say that it is, of course, the obligation of Poland and the Baltics to keep leading the pro-Ukrainian camp and to put pressure on these other NATO allies like France or Germany that are not as committed as you are. Second point, the full-scale invasion has put Germany back in the Western camp. Making Germany a Western nation and not something in between, trying to dominate the middle of Europe and so on, was of course the great achievement of Chancellor Adenauer in the 1950s. He put us in the NATO alliance, but in the last 25 years, under both Chancellor Schröder and Merkel, under Foreign Minister Steinmeier, you sometimes had the impression that we didn't really have this commitment to being a Western nation anymore, but we wanted to be some sort of intermediary between Russia and the West. And this has led to the disaster that goes under the name Minsk I and II. This also has to be talked about, how this was possible, this sort of appeasement. But it also shows something else, and coming back to my time in the United States this summer, it shows us that we still need the United States and Europe to guarantee our freedom and safety. Because when President Obama made the big mistake to outsource negotiations with Putin to the Europeans, this led to the very unfortunate, in my views, and reread them if you don't believe me, to the very unfortunate Minsk agreements that were basically anti-Ukrainian agreements written in the Kremlin. So we need Washington, but we also need to prepare for, because we're all democracies, for whatever can happen in November in DC. And neither a Harris nor a Trump administration let's say neither campaigns at this point emphasize, the war in Ukraine. They talk about all sorts of things if you're there, but Ukraine is very much on the margins. And make no mistakes, we also have to do more for our own safety in Europe. And essential for this is, of course, that Germany stays in the West. As you know, if you follow the news, this has been challenged in the last weeks. There's still a very strong myth that Germany should not stand for defense of the West, but for peace, whatever that is, right? There is still strong anti-Americanism, especially in the eastern part of my country. There is all over the country a certain Ukraine fatigue. We are in the middle of a recession, or we are in the, well, we don't know if we're in the middle, we're in the fourth year of a recession since the pandemic and economic crisis. And we have 30 to 40% electorate voting for anti-Western parties in Eastern Germany. All of this are challenges to the position of Germany in the West. There could even be an anti-Western majority in the East, and this is also something that needs to be talked about, analyzed, and we have to ask the questions why the legacy of communist rule is so different in Lithuania or Poland than in East Germany, right? You learned very different lessons from Soviet domination than East Germans did, and what did we do wrong also as educators, as professors and teachers? I mean, I teach in East Germany. I'm from the West, but I teach at the East German University. How can we educate the public more about our challenges and prevent, these anti-Western sentiments? I'm not very happy about this. But I don't have an easy solution either. Third point, and this leads maybe to the parallels to the Battle of Oršos or the other decisive battles that the general has mentioned. And I think there wasn't enough emphasis yet on this here. This is not just a war about Ukraine. As a historian, I'm very convinced of this. This war that we see in Ukraine is a war about our understanding of the European order and potentially even the global order. Why do I say that? I think at the core of this war, if we go down to the core reasons, it's not Putin or Putin being cynical or humiliated or the breakdown of the Soviet Union or all of this. At the very core of this war is the notion of sovereignty. Whether Ukraine is a sovereign nation, like other European nations that can make its own decisions. That means can choose what military alliance to have, what political system, and so on, right? And this is true, of course, because Russia is trying to deny this sovereignty to all nations of Eastern Europe that used to be under Russian domination. So on the Russian point of view, Latvia is not as sovereign as, say, Portugal, right? Or Luxembourg. And this is a question for us as Europeans, whether we want to accept this vision that there are different types of Europe with different types of sovereignty. We've had that. It was called Yalta or the Brezhnev doctrine. Whether we want to go back to that or whether we want to defend the Wilsonian Europe of free nations. And that's basically what this is all about. It's also about whether we want to live in dictatorships or in autocratic systems or in open societies. And the bad news is it also has a global dimension. We've seen that October 7th. We've seen that in the North Korean support for Russia with ammunition. We've seen that in the Iranian support for Russia with drones. There is an axis of autocratic or dictatorial states that includes Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran that challenge our entire global order. And this is bigger than just the conflict in Ukraine. Okay, let's focus on Ukraine for a while, and I know it's very important here. But we also have to see that, this global dimension already plays a role. You could see it in Germany after October 7th, for example, because there was less attention for Ukraine. You only have the resource of attention is limited. And once everybody looks at the Middle East, people don't look to Eastern Europe anymore. That's why we should have this also global challenge on our mind. And let's formulate strategic goals in this war. And I think if we all can agree on one goal in this war, it is that at the end of the war, however it's going to end, Ukraine should become, just like Germany and Lithuania, a Western nation that means a nation that is included in the European Union and in NATO. Thank you very much.
Thank you for Thank you for insights. I got some already notes, but Mr. Medalinskas, and then we'll go to discussions. Starting with Vaidas. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much for invitation to participate in this conference. Really, I did not believe myself that will be possible because I just came on the weekend from Ukraine, and I'm coming on Tuesday again back to Ukraine and to participate in Odessa and Black Sea Security Forum. But we managed to do that. So also at the beginning I said, no, I will not be able to come. Well, I think that's really the conference, and those two parts of the conference were really very useful and very much interesting. And you know, everybody knows about this famous proverb saying that history never repeats itself. I would include in this, history never fully repeat itself. And when looking at this 500 let's say, years distance, we really could understanding what was told about this Orsha battle, and particularly political, geopolitical, diplomatic atmosphere all around the Orsha battle and following that. So we really understand that history not fully repeat itself, but unfortunately it repeats itself. Because we have a country on the east from us, the country which is living with and the leadership is living with the ideas of historical revisionism. Revisionism as such, but also where the history matters. Unfortunately, our Western partners did not understand it at the beginning, how Putin dangerous is. Well, I will tell you one thing which I never told in Lithuania before, but you will understand the Putin's thinking why I in 2003 will understood how Putin is dangerous. Also, that was the time of EU-Russia summit in St. Petersburg. And also it was a time when EU was talking about a common economic space, about Russia as a new and very good neighbor, and so on and so on. I was in the official delegation as a chief advisor to the president of Lithuania, together with the actor Donatas Banionis, who unfortunately passed away. And Donatas Banionis was a particularly important person he was a very famous actor, but he was a particularly important person for the President Putin, because President Putin recognized himself that he chosen to be the KGB guy after he saw this famous movie about the quiet season, or let's say that season, where Banionis was playing the KGB man. So we're sitting together with Donatas Banionis in St. Petersburg in this nice palace of Yekaterin in the Pushkino, and Putin came up to us. And he shook the hands with the Donatas Banionis, and after also shook the hands with me. And he said, you know that I very much respect this actor, he's really a very important one. And I said, why? Why did you choose to become the KGB guy in this way? And he said, because those are the people who could save Russia. And I said, to save Russia from whom? And said, well, there are many countries who would like to destroy Russia. And I said, well, look, we are in EU-Russia summit. Everybody's talking about cooperation. Who wants to destroy you? He said, well, I know, but we will show for the world that we could resist. So then I came back to Lithuania and said, look, for this guy, history is very much an important matter. And when I looked to the Putin's all the speeches from this point of view, understanding how history is important for him. When I also saw the story when Putin, again, I'm sorry that it was neglected by many of my colleagues, political analysts, how Putin himself suggested to Russian journalists to read Denikin memoirs. And he said, if you do not read Denikin memoirs, then you do not understand what is going on in Ukraine. I read Denikin memoirs and understood why. I would suggest to everybody to read the Denikin memoirs, because you will find the Putin in this thinking. Because there is no place for Ukraine, and also Western countries betray Denikin, the white general, so from that time. And so the Putin was living with this belief. When in 2017 I was invited by the German Association of the Foreign Policy to make a presentation, it was a topic which I chosen was a surprise for my German partners. I said ideological aspects in the Putin foreign and security policy and how this could bring the big war. And well, the people were very surprised because we're talking about how history is important for the President Putin. So when we are talking about the Oršos battle, we have to understand two things. From one point of view, it's important to know for all of us that history is not just the figures, not just some of the names, not of some of the dates, but also it's important to understand that that was reality and to understand the political, geopolitical reality at that time. But another thing is important to understand that on the other side, there is a person who is obsessed with history. And because of history, he's doing quite many crimes. And what my German colleagues at that time did not understand at this point of view, but to my understanding, for him, those issues are very much important. And when Putin in 2021, in summer, produced the article about artificial Ukrainian nation, I said, that is the time for the war. The war will come within half a year or within 1 year. But before that, Putin organized in Donbass, so-called Forum for the Russian Donbass. And because I spent from 2017 a lot of time in Donbass looking to the Donbass reality, mainly based in Mariupol, now I'm based mainly in Odessa, but also in other places in Ukraine, I understood how this forum was important as ideological basis for the further occupation of Donbass, because he took away whatever Western influences on the development of Donbass. He left just only Russian, that's a historical Russian lands, and that was the territory. And therefore, when 2021, the end of the 2021 came up, for me it was really not so many doubts that will be the war. And of course, I was talking also as a political analyst in our Lithuanian mass media and also with my colleagues, Western political analysts. And now just look to the, again, to the Oršos, to the comparison of Oršos. Why Russian Tsar attacked Lithuanian Grand Duchy? Two things. One of them, because Lithuanian Grand Duchy did not support former allies. First of all, Grand Novgorod. And therefore, this Russian Tsar understood that Lithuanian Grand Duchy is too weak to show the support for the allies. That means weakness of the country. What Putin did? Putin did in 2021, in December, ultimatum issued to NATO. Asking not just about talking about Ukraine, but also talking about those countries like Lithuania could join, NATO in this big enlargement process. He almost asked to leave those countries in the gray zone. What was the reaction of the Western countries after that? It was a long delay. I myself was very much straightforward. I said to my colleagues, political analysts, you have to say very strongly that you will not, Putin cannot speak with the ultimatum language with Western partners. What was in the Western reaction was a long delay after making responses to the Putin ultimatum. Wherefore Putin understood that the West is weak, or at least, regarding Ukraine, he will have no doubts. Afterwards, what was the situation afterwards? When more and more people began to talk about the war, I went from Vilnius on January 2022 to Kiev. And I began talking to the diplomats. I said, why did you stop to sending military support to Ukraine? Because you know that big war might come. And that was, again, the problem, which again, when we look to the Oršos battle, it was no belief among the Western diplomats that Ukraine will survive such kind of Russian pressure. And when decision came up to evacuate embassies, Putin knew situation in Afghanistan. He was quite sure that Western countries will be evacuated. And by the way, also Western diplomats told me things that, within 5-7 days, Ukraine will be, unfortunately, lost as a country, or maybe some part will survive. I said to them, I for 3 years had lectures about Donbass to Ukrainian officers. I know the moral support. Please give the weapons, because they really are motivated to defend, and Ukraine will not fall down. And afterwards, when I understood that all embassies evacuated, I went to Mariupol, and on the 22nd of February, I was in Mariupol in 2022. What we saw after that, we saw how Western countries were just simply looking from outside what will happen to Ukraine. What happened with Ukraine? Ukraine was written off as a country which could defend ourselves. What's happened with the Oršos battle? Lithuanian Grand Duchy was regarded too weak to resist Russia pressure, and wherefore some other countries were looking like Habsburgs, were looking some make deals with Russia, and some others just simply observing the situation. Why Putin attacked Ukraine? Because now when you look to Ukrainian political situation, we understand that it was also some confusion. Ukraine elected a president who was not a professional politician, who came from the show business, who brought the people with him like this, and it was a lot of criticism inside the country. And Putin believes that he will attack Ukraine, and then some people will greet him like a savior, or some people would not resist, and so on, so on, and so on. What kind of lessons we are coming to? Well, again, very interesting also lecture was by Rakutis on the video about castles. What does mean castles today? Castles today, that mean our defense line on the borders. What was the situation in NATO before a full scale of war rushes against Ukraine? Were long discussions, do we need to defend those countries, or maybe let's allow for maybe Russians to come to some part of the territory, and after we liberate it. Only Bucha really helped to save this issue when people understood what could happen if Russians would come to this territory. What was in Ukraine with defense lines? Those defense lines were also the jokings. Like Prime Minister Yatsenyuk is talking about building of defense lines, and everybody was joking. So we know such kind of defense lines as such. Now, I know and understand that I do not have too much time to talk, but I also fully agree with the point of view that now it's not a question about Ukraine. That means it's a question about European security. You know what, I'm really very much surprised. When I hear various representatives and high representatives of NATO countries, Germany, Britain, and others, first of all, I mean the generals, and so on, who are talking, well, Russia might attack NATO, or NATO might face a Russian challenge in 3 years, or maybe in 5 years, or maybe in 7 years. But at the same time, we still, and particularly during the summertime, which was a very hard for Ukraine, we really were living like in the reality show to see, will Ukraine survive or not? How we will defend Donbass? Or are they good or not? What is the proportion with the artillery ammunition, what Russians have, what Ukrainians have? Which villages Ukraine will defend, which towns will not defend? And after, we came to the most surprising understanding, which was written by the Atlantic, and I'm very grateful for Atlantic political analysts who did it. They said the surprising thing, which our Minister Gabrielius Landsbergis repeated very recently, 1 week ago. Russia and Putin was sure that his territory is safe, not because he believes that Ukraine cannot attack this territory, but because he believes that Western partners' position regarding you cannot attack Russian territory safeguards Russia much more than Ukraine. It's really very surprising issue. It's really a paradox. So then what I could say, now following the summer, more and more countries began again to talk, we will provide for Ukraine this one, we will provide for this one. Well, the summertime was really time for good holidays. After the NATO summit, I mean, such kind of statements almost nowhere in the official, let's say, in the open field. Ukraine is fighting not just for Ukraine. Ukraine is fighting also for us, for our security. Wherefore, my understanding, it's very bad for Russia to show the weakness of the Western countries. It's also very bad in terms also in relation to China. But it's very bad to show the weakness of the Western countries. Western countries have to think about defense of Ukraine as defense of their own security. Not involving with the military forces, but taking away those, I'm sorry to say in political analysis, sometimes stupid red lines, which were a lot of them, and Putin knew about these red lines. And secondly, when I saw all those discussions, because I was a little bit involved with that, with the peace conference, I said, why you want to organize peace conference writing off Ukraine and just saying you have to sit around the table and discuss with them? Western partners, some of them even did not come to Switzerland, and very high, the very influential countries, President Biden did not come to this conference, and some others. It is not for the security interests of the Western countries to leave Ukraine alone or just say, we gave you everything. And the third point, the European security will very much depends on the fate of the battle in Donbass and the fate of the battles which will follow. So therefore, our understanding, Lithuanian understanding and Western understanding, is really to help Ukraine as much as possible, like Poles helped for the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, and at least to have some very important victories which really would change the landscape of the current discussion about the end of the war in Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you for really extensive but also good points, because we already heard the Russian historical mentality importance. We heard words like Yalta, Brezhnev, Versailles. We heard some battles. I want to go to Mr. Rubelis and to ask, as a practitioner, your job is to do defense policy and to meet your level people from NATO allies, and not only them. How much historical analogies like Second World War, New Cold War, New World Order, or like, let's say, it's like Yalta, how much it's helpful or not helpful for like making some real decision-making process? Maybe starting from that.
Thank you for inviting. It's first time in my life I participate in a history conference, and great to be here among experts who really know what we are talking about. I'll tell you, when I joined MOD, they sent me to one NATO meeting, and was Turkish representative, and he invited everyone to celebrate Battle of Dardanelles, First World War, and this historical invitation was not so welcomed by a few delegations, especially French and British, and afterwards I understood it's extremely sensitive to talk about history because someone would be offended. Whether we talk First World War, Second World War, or before, even before that, and probably that's why we have this conference on Battle of Oršos, because, well, we fought against Russians, so that's historically useful. We would probably never celebrate, have conference about something if we won against something Latvians, right? Probably would be no big deal for us. But this is useful, and in history sometimes, well, I look very cynically, instrumentalized by us to achieve political objectives. And can I be a little bit critical here? Yeah, of course. Yeah, look, go back to 2013, right? 1 year before Crimean aggression. We always say how well we understand Russia and Putin, and we saw Putin's plan for Ukraine. At that time, our defense expenditure was 0.7. We didn't have a single battalion. This battalion had 60% manning, we'll stop here. So basically, we had no armed forces in 2013, and if Putin wanted to invade us, not Ukraine, I don't know what could happen, right? So when we say we very well understand Russians and Russian friends, sometimes let's be self-critical. 2013, we did not understand Russian threat. We were talking aloud, everyone was listening, saying, oh, holy fools, what we are talking about, look at your defense budget and you will understand what is happening. Same, I several times visited, well, we had always meetings with US Defense Secretary, very nice meetings, nice photos, you all look at these photos, but when my former ministers tried to complain to US that we are not doing enough, the question was asked was, what are you doing yourself? And was not so much to say. Okay, now back to this battle, famous Battle of Oršos. Also, made few observations I think could be relevant to current days. First, about red lines. And Alvydas talked a little bit. Red lines exist only in our brains. We draw them. Yes, Russians sometimes make strange statements about nuclear threats, but usually we create lines for ourselves. We think what others think, but it's not always the case. And Ukrainian Kursk offensive is very much to the point that these lines are imaginary, and we must think creatively about how to tackle that Russian challenge. And when we look at historical analogies, I'd say from practical perspective, probably Cold War analogy is the best one. Not everyone likes it, and not everything is suitable. I'm not advocating now, that NATO should, go back to nuclear artillery or lay nuclear mines, which was case during the Cold War. But the generic approach, this peace through strength approach, that's what should be our motto, going back to that. Again, NATO was not just waiting for Russian attack, right? I mean, you know much better. It's not just waiting out the enemy. It's much more. It's a more proactive approach. It's propaganda. It's information campaign. It's making citizens of other country more vulnerable and understandable what is happening in the real world. So probably that's what we are lacking. We are waiting for Russians to do something and afterwards react. Should be vice versa. We should be doing something and Russians reacting to that. Now our modus operandi is a little bit different. Well, second, again, now we are in era where it's very popular to talk about defense, and it's good. And there's more money, defense budgets are growing, that's fine. What is biggest issue is the defense industry. Not so much money, where it's something in the market we can buy, but not a lot. At least in former times, well, I don't know about Middle Ages, almost nothing, you know better, but look at Cold War era and defense production capacities and compare that to today's. Probably we have, I don't know, some meager, 20–30% of world capacity, meaning that we are not able to produce enough. And not able to produce enough, well, because of different reasons, and one of them is that defense industry does not believe that such defense budget trajectory will remain as it is today. Defense industry thinks that, okay, now with war in Ukraine, 2–3 years, everything is good, money is going to defense, but after 5 years, everyone will forget. We have lessons learned from COVID, when everybody needed masks, right? They produced billions of masks, now nothing to do with them, because nobody needs them. Well, few people need it, but not anymore. So defense industry does not believe in us. That's our problem, and we must show to people, to businesses, and when I speak defense industry, it's not just arms production, it's much more than that, that we will sustain our effort, that we will keep fighting, defending ourselves, sustaining our assistance to Ukraine, not just for next year, but for 10 years. At least that's when we signed defense agreement with Ukraine, we pledged 0.25 of expenditures of GDP for 10 years period. I don't think any country did that as we do, because all our agreements are for 2-3 years. We did for 10 years, okay, that's minimum. Maybe it will be more, I don't know, but that's where we are moving. So I say to finish with that, we need different approach to Russia. I'm not claiming I understand, but asymmetric tactics, thinking differently, using different kinds of tactics, approaches, as Ukrainians are doing, that's probably our guideline for the future. And my final note, once I was asked in different auditorium, what's the biggest historical mistake ever made by this country? And I looked third again, I believe our biggest historical mistake was made in 1658, when idea of union not of two, but of 3 nations was in the air and almost got approved. 3 nations mean Lithuania, Poland, and Ukraine. Okay, Ruthenia, maybe at that time called. What world could be different if we had that union approved at that time? Okay, we'll not speculate about history, it's impossible, but I think the role of Ukraine sometimes was underestimated by our politicians. I hope it will never be again like this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a lot of questions in my mind, but could I ask German colleagues? Thank you, Vaidotas. What our Mr. Medalinskas mentioned about this Putin's fixation on history. For me, when I was listening his ramblings on 21st of Monday and Tuesday, when he was giving this speech, which was very historical about Ukraine, Lenin, etc., I'm thinking, what Western experts, practitioners are now listening and thinking about it? What he's rambling historically, what is happening here? For me, it was, I understand, because maybe we in Lithuania are so very immersed into the history. So for a question for my Western colleagues, do you think, let's say, that going west from the Lithuania, Poland, there is not so much immersion into history when you're thinking about contemporary politics, defense, foreign? Let's say that you are more a historical, and that's where you not only sometimes don't understand what is happening in Russia, but also some misunderstanding between Baltics, Poland, and the rest of the allies, because maybe we're too much into history and you're not enough into history, and that's where this disconnect, or it's just an impression.
Well, this is a difficult question to think about his motives, or so his way of thinking. I think it's a bunch of several motives. Number one, he is a risk taker, much more a risk taker than the Soviet Union leaders ever had, which was more oriented under Brezhnev to keep what they had got in range and zone of influence and defend it. What is clear is that Putin now is at a point where he wants to revisit that all, and he is a revisionist leader taking higher risks than we had always believed could be possible. Secondly, he is not isolated. He is supported by China, politically, militarily, in a certain degree, economically in particular, if it comes to dual usable goods and all that. Then there is North Korea, there is Iran. So it's really a group of 4 ganging up against the West. That is a big part of the picture. So it's a geopolitical one. And then thirdly, what changed the mindsets in the NATO capitals was certainly his letters in December 21, prior to the invasion, to Washington and to Brussels. And if you read what was in there content-wise, it was really a declaration of war to the West. He disbanded completely the European Peace Order of 1990, the Charter of Paris and all the sovereign right to choose alliances and all of that. And yes, it's not just about the Ukraine, it's also about the West to cope with such an aggressive and revisionist still great power. And the problem for us is now to come back to the recipes of NATO in the Cold War. why did we end the Cold War successfully? I wouldn't say we won it, but at least we ended the war at our terms successfully. And there was a saying that came from Caspar Weinberger in 1981 when I was a young captain and youth information officer, and he visited Germany, gave a speech to us as full captains and told us, listen guys, whenever the Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact will break down one day, it needs to be with a whisper rather than with a big bang. Very, very wise words, very tough words, of course, but very wise words. And that is what we successfully managed. How did we do it? By outperforming the Soviet Union in every regard, economically, diplomatically, in terms of military strength, denying them the offensive options, and combined that with arms control offers, CFE treaty in particular, to disband the superiority in terms of numbers in parallel categories of the major weapon systems to achieve parity. And when Gorbachev came to power and realized that the system will break down if he continues this competition at this speed and high risk investment, we came to terms. The difference between that time and today is the West is not fully prepared to really apply all its power in all regards to outperform Putin's Russia. And secondly, there is a lack of trust now, really, for quite a long time, as opposed to the 1980s, where we at least were at a point that we, on both sides, believe that trust enough is available for armaments negotiations and Vienna Treaty, transparency and all that. And Putin has turned out to be a liar where you cannot contract any treaty or any peace or ceasefire because you need to know that he will break it afterwards at the earliest opportunity. And that is a different situation we have now today.
Well, maybe just briefly on Putin. I mean, you know, as some sort of expert on Eastern Europe, of course I get asked about Putin a lot in Germany, and I usually say the caveat in the beginning that I cannot look into Putin's head, and I'm very happy about it because it's probably a very, very dark place, actually. So it's always a matter of a little bit of speculation, of course, if we talk about Putin. But then there's certain things I think that we can say. For example, I would agree that he's a liar, and it is worth studying Putin's biography a little bit to understand where he comes from, and I agree that history for him is very important, but there's different layers of history that are important to him, I think. You know, one layer of history that Putin is obsessed with is, of course, the Russian Empire, right? Catherine II, Peter the Great, I mean, all this stuff he's very obsessed with, and people who know much more about the inner workings of the Kremlin that I could talk to say that he's generally interested in this stuff. He actually reads books about this, you know, Denikin memoirs and all this stuff. So there is this layer of history, I think, which I would call imperial, right? And this is, of course, connected to another layer of history, which is the Cold War. I mean, Putin is a Cold War kid. And I think that all these people, Putin, Patrushev, everyone there in the Kremlin, they're obsessed with the Order of Yalta. That's why they give these demands in November 21. Because if you study them closely, historically, you will see that what they demand is actually back to Yalta. You know, no NATO extension, you know, Americans back to West Germany, you know. It's basically back to 1989, 88, you know, whatever. Because I think historically Putin, if he looks at a map of Europe and he doesn't see Soviet/Russian troops in Budapest, Warsaw, Vilnius, Berlin for that matter, he looks at an unjust world because he's obsessed with the Second World War. He thinks that Russia, with the blood of its soldiers, or Soviet Union or whatever, you know, for him I think it's pretty much the same, you know, won this war and rightfully has the sphere of influence that it got in 1945. And that's another layer, I think, of history that is important to understand Putin, and that's closely tied, of course, with his KGB mentality, which is also this, this idea that you talked about. I very much agree with you, that he sees enemies of Russia everywhere. Where does it come from? Well, that's KGB, of course. KGB, you're taught that your enemies are everywhere and that the enemies are hidden, that they will not, show themselves as enemies, but you have to unmask them. That's Stalinism, basically, right? You're always, everybody's just wearing a mask, but behind the mask, there's always something cynical and sinister and some sort of person who wants to destroy you or kill you. That's a Stalinist mindset. He has a Stalinist mindset. And then the last thing, and then that's where we come to the liar of Putin. The last historical influence on Putin, I think, is the 1990s. And criminal St. Petersburg. I studied in Russia in the 1990s. And even back then, there was a television series called Banditski Peterburg, so criminal St. Petersburg, basically, because the city was, even in the 1990s, when Putin, by the way, was deputy mayor of St. Petersburg, was known for its high crime and mafia connections and so on. And I think this is important to understand Putin if you want to have a contract with him, because he has this criminal mentality. In Russian, there's basically two concepts. Those of you who speak Russian will understand. There's basically two concepts of a treaty. The first is договор, like a treaty, like, Pacta servanda sunt, like in our Western meaning, a piece of paper where people agree on certain terms, you sign it and you're supposed to keep it. That's not what Putin has in its mind when he talks about treaties. Putin is a guy with a criminal mindset who talks about понятие. Now, what's the difference between договор and понятие? Понятие is also an understanding, but it's the word that they use in the Russian criminal underworld. And a понятие means basically that it's only for a short time. It has a, as long as your strengths and my strengths are on the same level, this sort of partnership is going to last. But when I get stronger, I'm not tied to this понятие anymore. I might as well, look for a new one that is much less advantageous to you. And I think that's another layer of history of Putin that we have to understand, that he's very deeply tied, actually, to these psychological notions of imperial Russia, of Soviet Russia, but also of the criminal Russia of the 1990s. And that's what makes him so toxic. I think the combination of it all.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Mr. Medalinskas, I would like, we're talking about Ukraine. Could you, but shortly, because we have our time running, what historical analogies Ukrainians themselves are using when they're talking about the war with Russia or the behavior of the Western countries? What the most popular, analogies or labels are coming inside Ukraine?
Well, it depends which period of this war you're talking about. For example, when Putin had this hybrid warfare in Donbass. Unfortunately, in Ukraine, there was a very little understanding what is Donbass about. So that was the reason why Lithuanian political analysts gave for 3 years courses to the Ukrainian officers on Donbass, because for them it was a little bit distant land, which we don't know too much about it, and for them it was, let's say, not more interested. So wherefore, I really did not find the support of the Ukrainian political analysts. I was talking in 2021 on this January, when this Russian Donbass forum was going on for the whole day, to say, look, please react it, because that is really creating the ideological basis for the possible Donbass occupation. Secondly, when the large-scale war started against Ukraine, it was really discovering again some historical roots from the past. And one of them, and that's really interesting, and again, I was very much surprised why this tool was not used by Ukrainian political analysts and historians before Putin started this war, were discussions about this and Kiev Rus, and also connection to those Moscow, let's say, statehood at that time. And when it was really, well, I think that was a really quite right understanding that when the mother is not responsible for the kids which she left somewhere in the cold against the Mongol Tatar invasion in Kiev, so when somebody, let's say, Duke, took icon, took patriarch, and took monomach, this cap, and moved to these lands, so he forgot about Ukraine. So what kind of, let's say, not just interest, but what kind of rights Putin has towards this Ukrainian territory. And when there were many, many Ukrainian historians who began to talk about this, but it was unfortunately too late. Again, I would say it was late, but that was both for the Ukrainians and also for the Western political analysts understanding how dangerous were, and again, so when Putin began to start to use this fascist term, how dangerous were accusation of Ukrainians as fascists. Because it was possible to understand if for the Putin, one of the historical motive, very important one, also almost the cult of his Putinism is a great victory on the Second World War, let's say great patriotic war, that was the war against fascism. So if he is calling Ukrainians as fascists, and there were no reactions, again I was talking to our political analysts in the Western countries, said, please react, maybe also talking to some members of European Parliament, please react to that one, because the time will come when two ways will come together. Also this cult victory against the Second World War, German fascism, and also Ukrainian fascism. And he will say, you look, your grandmothers, your grandfathers were fighting against those fascism, and we were killed in those battles, and we remember them. And you, now you're living, and you see the new fascism is coming. And that's not the fascism of Marie Le Pen or whatever other, let's say, right-wing political parties in Europe, where Putin organized a meeting in St. Petersburg and so on and so on. No, that Ukrainian fascists, I mean, according to this understanding. And then it was again too late. Ukrainians start to react that no, we are not fascists. Even maybe some Azov had maybe some problems at the beginning particularly. We are not, I mean, the Ukrainian nation is not fascist, but it was too late. So what's happened with the Putin? In 2020, when the coronavirus was, everybody was talking about coronavirus, I put on my Facebook page two pictures. One of them coronavirus, another one Putin. And I said, what will be more dangerous for the world in the future? Coronavirus or Putinovirus? Why? Because it was at the beginning Putin's idea, and some maybe close circle, Dugin's idea, or whatever, about this, you know, Russian Fed Rome, Moscow, also this Russian Empire, and so on and so on. But when the situation happened, that Russian society became infected by all those ideas. And we see horror movies when some big infections coming to the people and becoming like zombies. Unfortunately, that is the situation in the Russian society. And again, the problem is that we did not pay attention too much to this, as Vaida said, historical instrumentalization for the own needs for Putin. And my final remark about Putin as a risk taker. To my understanding, Putin's a risk taker because he regards, and some people all around him, as the saviors of Russia. And when you think that you are a savior, so then you put much more risk. Because, you know, this even Fed Rome concept, which my German partners could not understand in Berlin in 2017, what he said. I mean, Russia is responsible for the Christian values. And if this so-called gay Europa is coming, or if Western countries are coming and now want to suppress, who will save Russia? Putin and his guys from the KGB. And just look what's happened in the Russian domestic policy. He did not trust to anybody. He put even in charge of various regions his people from the KGB sources. He replaced also Yeltsin oligarchs with new oligarchs, again from the KGB sources. So therefore he created this kind of team, and it was only a matter of time when those people will begin to, not just to talk about those rotten West and aggressive West, but when we implement the policy. And because of Ukraine, and Ukraine became the target because of two things. One of them, because Western countries Russia regarded that it's better to attack Ukraine than one of the NATO countries. and I would not rule out, as Vaida said, I myself was thinking that it was quite possible that in February, Putin might choose to attack not Ukraine, but one of the Baltic states. And secondly, of course, he understands that he has to safeguard the country. The last point about historical parallels. It was very interesting to follow in 2022, in January and February, how Russian internet field was full of various stories about great victories of Russia in the Russian Empire, time. About Neustadt peace, which make Russian Empire, and that mean about Estonia and Latvia. About some kind of strange country, Lithuanian, Polish Commonwealth, which was weakened because of that. Russia decided to give Western partners to divide it, and so on and so on. And what's interesting, for this aggressive policy, Putin's made a ground with these historical stories about great Russia, and that's really became also the part of the pride of Russian people today. They're saying, yes, we are proud because Ekaterina the Great, because Peter the First, because some of them Stalin, and because some of them. And wherefore now, it's really time, again, we only now have this historical conferences. Vaida said, my student, by the way, as Vaida said. So it is only now we understand how history is playing a very important part in the politics and foreign security policy today.
Thank you. And the last question will be to Vaidas. Coming, Vaidas, to your academical credentials. Your PhD was about strategies. Strategy and understanding of strategy, and also Lithuanians' place in the United States policy, if I'm not mistaken. So for me, Orsha battle is cautionary tale when you have a tactical success but you don't achieve strategic goals. Because maybe you're celebrating too much a tactical victory and you forgot, let's say, that you have work next day after the party. So my question would be to you, let's say, looking today, the maybe Lithuanian or NATO challenges going from tactical successes to strategic victories, let's say, where you see the major challenges, our homeworks? What Orsha gives as a cautionary tale?
Yeah, probably a lot. I just say a little bit to spoil your exercise, because, I mean, it's a conference, so everyone should disagree with otherwise it becomes political spectacle. Look, if someone asks me, do I care about Putin? I don't care. I don't care what's in his head, because for a simple reason, I don't believe in influence of people upon history. I very realist or neo-realist in my thinking. If it was not Putin, would be someone else, not called Putin, I don't know, Dmitry Ivanovich, someone else, and I don't think history would be any different. So just how I look at events, and Russia would not change. If Putin is dead tomorrow, do you think Russia would stop? No. Back in 2014, in March, we had a Russian opposition gathering somewhere nearby, and question was put directly, if you become prime minister or president of Russia, would you give Crimea back to Ukraine? And nobody said yes, nobody. It was opposition meeting. Nobody wanted to do that. So just saying, I'm very skeptical about changes in Russia. I don't think foreign policy will change. It's gonna remain the same, and whoever is in power in Russia will see Ukraine and Belarus, for that matter, as their sphere of influence, or even more than that. And I think, as you say about strategy, our basic assumptions should remain the same. It will be hostile power for long term. I don't know how much it will survive in current economical circumstances. Difficult to say. Good news is Russia sometimes manages to collapse. Well, collapsed twice during previous century. Hope it will collapse more during this century, but nobody knows. But what we should be prepared as defense establishment is to prepare for the worst case scenario. And worst case scenario, they can keep going, probably with Chinese support, with some other support, probably that's the plan, and strong defense and deterrence and resilience, probably that's our grand strategic objectives, because otherwise we probably not achieve anything. And probably that's a message we should be sending here to our partners, to foreign partners, to Americans. Look, we are doing our homework. Well, sometimes we do it better, sometimes worse, it depends. Helping Ukraine, have long-term vision for Ukraine as democratic country, part of NATO and EU, and helping looking at other regions as well. Looking at Taiwan, looking at Far East, looking at other countries who are part of our community of values. Well, not so many of them, by the way. If you look around the world, probably we're more autocratic countries than our rating in world football, this rating, which we are 100 number 33 or something. So that's probably a number of autocracies in the world nowadays. That's where we are. So that's probably our strategy. And keep alliance strong. Have Germans, Poland, US in, probably that's our answer.
Okay, thank you. So we have around 10 minutes. So if there is, I would say, 2 questions, it depends for whole panels or for one speaker. So is there any question, first of all, from the audience about the history, historical analogies, about perspectives, what Putin is thinking or what is in Putin's head, or does it matter, Ukrainians? No hands, everybody. Okay, one hand. Yes, please. The mic is coming. Could you tell who you are and the question to everyone or for some particular person? Yes, thank you.
Thank you. The question is for everyone. I'm Dominikas. I'm a social activist that fights on information warfare. We all pretty much have very good grasp on how Putin and Russians think. How we are going to explain it to Western countries and Western societies. Because we, as in from Portugal to Lithuania, from Norway to Sicily in the south, we think in a more or less same way, logical sense. We base our mentality on Rome and ancient Greece, on Christian values and etc. With Russia, it's absolutely different. As you have mentioned, they have Poniatki mentality, somewhat of like prison, mafia-style mentality. And yes, one part of the question is how we are going to explain to the Western societies. And every war ends in some kind of peace. How we are going to negotiate and talk to Russians if they have such a different mentality? How can we do it in good faith? Thank you.
Okay, so please, everyone, in short, brief answers. Starting with the first part, actually, how we explain to average our citizens with historical subtleties.
Well, in my background from my younger years as a youth information officer, my answer is you need to be forward-leaning in offensive campaigns to explain to your own public what is the threat, what are we doing against it, what needs to be done. And the key point is you need personal credibility with your arguments to convince those people who are open-minded. We will not turn around former communist influence agent like Sarah Wagenknecht in Germany. We don't turn them around. But the many Eastern German peoples who are now unclear what's going on, they need in public campaigns via the media in particular, and that is a good news. The media are still with us on the Ukrainian issue and also on NATO strengthening and adapting to the threat by Russia. We need to work much more actively to get them on board. And these are cruel messages we have to spread. For example, we need to cut social welfare budgets and raise defense budgets. And we have to increase armament production, all these things which a peace-loving, post-heroic country like Germany in particular hates and is not familiar with for now 3 decades. But it needs to be done, and we are successful in doing it. And it goes across nearly all parties, with some difficulties with the AfD in Eastern Germany, and then, as I said, Sarah Wagenknecht, which is a clear Putin active influencer. But we will be successful in coping with that.
Well, yes, I mean, I agree with what the general said. Generally, yes, we should be forward-leaning and making a case for the Western course, for the Ukrainian course. But I mean, as someone who is an expert on Eastern Europe, I mean, it's in Germany for me, it was also, especially in the first year of the war, just giving people information about Ukraine. I mean, basically, for the average German, sorry to be so blunt, Ukraine was like a black hole. People didn't know anything about it. I mean, it was a little better after Maidan, but still. You know, information in Europe about in Central Europe or Western Europe about Eastern Europe is not very widespread. So you often have to start with the very beginnings, and it's a long and slow process. I mean, you know, Ukrainians always ask me, when will Germans see us as a normal country? And I always give as an example Poland. I mean, Poland in the 1990s or 1980s in Germany, except for some people who were involved with Solidarność and so, but generally had a very, very bad image. People thought about Poland, who was stealing cars, prostitution, you know, all sorts of very bad things. For my children who are in their teens, Poland is just another normal country. It's a country where you go on vacation, it has beautiful Krakow, you can go to the Baltic Sea and so on. So within 30 years, not for everybody, but for most Germans, you know, this image of a country has changed. And I think the same can be achieved also for a country like Ukraine. But let's say it takes time to change these long-term, you know, historical trajectories and so on. But what we need in the short term is sort of like, you know, to make clear what this war is about. So there's one, you know, long-term changing of images of other places, which, you know, we cannot do in 1 year or 2 years or 3 years or 4 years, but it's a long process, I think. But then there's more like the strategy for today, and I think both we need to focus on when it comes to Ukraine and Eastern Europe, and both is not going to be easy, and there's still going to be differences. I mean, when the Polish colleague who was sitting here, I think on my chair, was talking about the initial response of Poland to the full-scale invasion in February 2022. You know, there are certain historical differences, let's say, between Germany and Poland. For example, Poland has a long tradition of freedom struggle, of the Warsaw Uprising, of the uprisings in the 19th century, of the resistance against the partitions in the 18th century. Germany doesn't have that. You know, we don't have that. If an imperial power attacks another country, sort of like instinct of solidarity that you could see. You know, I teach in Frankfurt Oder, on the other side is Poland, right? I could see that on the other side of the river, the reaction was much different, because people, you know, you could literally see the Poles put on their little white and red armbands and go to the next Warsaw Uprising, sort of like. That was sort of like the mentality. You're not going to have that mentality in Germany because there's not the historical experience of successful struggle for freedom. We've told each other the story for 30 years, which is also a very nice story, about the peaceful revolution in the GDR in 1989. There was a story where people told each other that you just have to, you know, all gather in church and then walk around town with a candle in your hand, and then the bad regime is going to disappear. The bad news is, as a historian, I would say, you know, that is an extremely seldom case of revolution. Most, like 90% of revolutions, lead to war, lead to civil war. You know, that's the French Revolution, that's the American Revolution, that's the Russian Revolution for you. But in Germany, we told us this story about, you know, peaceful revolutions, and from now on, everything is going to be peaceful. And of course, we also have to get that, although that is a very nice story, out of people's heads, because it has very little to do with the realities that we face today.
Well, to my understanding, there are two possible ways how to stop Putinism. One of them for the Western countries to get out of the two remaining red lines. One of them to allow for the Ukraine to attack military targets in the Russian territory whenever they are. And secondly, to say openly that whatever will be the outcome of this war, Ukraine will be a member of NATO, for sure. Not just those discussions, bridge close to NATO and so on and so on. So that means really Western countries still do not participate in the war. That's not escalation, but that's understanding that this war is really our security war, our defense war of European security. Well, there is also the second way, but I mean, it would sound probably very much controversial, but nevertheless, it's, to my understanding, helped very much to avoid whatever ideas if Putin or Medvedev had about this nuclear tactical weapon. It's to find a dialogue with China. I know that will sound, according to Lithuanian foreign policy concept, which is very brave, not very good. But to my understanding, Americans already talking to China, and Sullivan visits to China showed it. And also the recognizing that the world changed completely. I mean, Western sanctions will not work if China, and also India, of course, will not support them. And Chinese influence in the so-called global South world is significant. If Western countries would find some kind of dialogue with China, Putinism will stop. I mean, so that's really just to remind what, I mean, what was done with, let's say, Nixon time. Thank
you. Okay, so I will be concluding. Talking about German, 200 years ago, popular uprising against Napoleon, 1814, when all Germans are rising up. But that's many years ago, yes, and successful rebellion. In conclusion, about the peace, you want a historical analogies? I gave you. Vienna Congress, France defeated, but sitting inside the room when the victorious are deciding what to do with France. France in a corner, but in the room. Versailles Treaty, Germany outside of the corridor, victorious are deciding and then submitting ultimatum to Germany, take it or leave it. Or Yalta, which Russia prefers, when you divide. So here you are, you have three historical analogies, which one you prefer as a Western country in order, let's say, what kind of conversation you wanted to have with Russia. So it's up to us to decide, using very maybe simplistic historical analogies, but sometimes they help, let's say, to decide in principle what kind of behavior we want from us and towards Russia. So with that note, thank you for all the questions and answers. And I think there's last final words. Yes, thank you.
Dear panelists, thank you for this enriching and insightful discussion. This session has highlighted the importance of understanding history in navigating today's complex political landscape. This concludes the panel discussion and the main part of the conference. I would like to remind you that the partners of the conference are the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, Vilnius Town Hall, General Jonas Žemaitis Lithuanian Military Academy, and the foundation The Crown of the Prince Ostrovsky. I would like to express our sincere gratitude for the support and partnership. Please give a round of applause for our partners. I would like to ask for your attention. We still have a short, though very important part of today's event. I would like to invite Mr. Robertas Gabalas, the chairman of the foundation The Crown of Prince Ostrovsky, an honorable consul of the Republic of Lithuania to the Luhansk region of Ukraine. Mr. Gabalas will present the awards of merit to historians researching the history of Prince Ostrogiški and to our colleagues for organizing this conference.
I will now read the order of the Foundation Crown Prince Ostrog. It is order number 005, and it sounds like this. On the occasion of the celebration of the 510th anniversary of the Battle of Oršos, and for the support of the historical heritage of the countries, I would like to award with the honorary awards of the foundation persons. Dr. Mintautas Čiurinskas, is he here? Probably not. Dr. Kęstutis Kilinskas is also left. Okay, then Staff Sergeant Audronė Janušauskaitė. please come on the stage. Professor Dr. Hieronymus Grala. Professor Dr. Davidas Šlekys. He just was here, where he disappeared. Okay, if he will come, we will reach him. And Mrs. Fausta Šimaitytė. Order is signed by the head of foundation, Mr. Robertas Gabalas. Thank you, Mr.
Organizers of this conference also would like to thank the people who contributed to this conference. First, I would like to invite Vice Minister of National Defense of Lithuania, Kamilė Gogelienė. Once again, I would like to invite Mr. Robert Gabalas, the chairman of the foundation, the Crown Prince of Ostrovsky. Mr. Perlis Vaišieta, managing director of Vilniaus Town Hall. And finally, Mr. Darius Barčius from Lithuanian Armed Forces. To conclude the conference, I would like to invite Madam Vice Minister to deliver the closing remarks.
Good afternoon, dear participants of the conference and those whom I should be thankful for this event that is happening. So, on behalf of our minister, thank you. Thank you for doing this, and thank you for being here today, because this is very important for us and for our ministry and for the whole country. So I hope that the conference was interesting and provided you with new insights and facts about the victory of Warsaw Battle and its impact to the future of our countries, of Europe. Myself, I found clear parallels between the 14th century and nowadays political military situation, particularly talking about how it shows the importance of our unity and strong alliance to stop the aggressor where it is now. It shows also that the support from our alliances and capable allied forces are the only way to defend our territories and statehoods. Also, it teaches us that the preparation for defense of the countries should be led by constant efforts during this time, what we call the peacetime, and not the time when the crisis comes. And finally, the Oršos battle period shows us how important are good relations between political and military leaders, and that the politicians should trust to military commanders and their military advice, always. And from the military point, I want to state one thing. I think that Konstantin Ostrogishki is an etalon of the as a commander, which it's, with its strategic visions and capabilities to prepare for the battle and win it. And nowadays, commanders should take him as an example. So let's remember the lessons of this and other historical battles as well by strengthening our political and military alliances, strengthening the economic and defense powers of our states, and the involvement of the entire society in defense, strengthening the will of society to resist, fight, and defend the state. So thank you once again for being here today, and I hope to meet you next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Minister, for your closing reflections. And ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our conference. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all our speakers, panelists, and participants for making this commemoration a truly meaningful event. We invite media representatives to take this time to speak with our speakers and organizers. Thank you all for your participation, and we look forward to seeing you at future events. Safe travels and have a wonderful day.